setting dulu, Bos. Yang atas mana atas? Yang ini. Webcamnya udah atas yang USB.
Oke. Gini guys. Gini. Coba cek.
Tapi suara masuk.
Oh iya.
Masuk.
Cek. Lebih nggak usah. Pakai nggak? Nggak usah. Apa? Sama kedengeran gitu. Oh. Tapi lebih jelas ini justru.
Nggak apa-apa sih, Bang. Kan memang wajar koordinasi.
Berarti pakai ini aja ya? Oke. Ini ya nggak kelihatan guys. Ini kok soalnya hitam. Cek. Lucu banget. Oke.
Tuntas dan integriti berarti integritas, bekerja dalam harmoni berlandaskan prinsip-prinsip moral dan keutuhan. Genuine berarti keaslian, originalitas, menjaga otentisitas dalam berkarya. Honesty berarti kejujuran, mengatakan dan melakukan sesuai fakta. Trust berarti kepercayaan, saling percaya, bisa dipercaya, dan mempercayai. Selain mengembangkan potensi internal, kami juga mengembangkan potensi eksternal sebagai bakti kami terhadap perkembangan negeri. Langkah nyata kami yaitu bermitra dengan beberapa desa binaan untuk mengembangkan potensi desa tersebut. Selain bina desa, kami juga menjalin kemitraan dengan perusahaan-perusahaan besar, diantaranya Pusat Perpustakaan dan Penyebaran Teknologi Pertanian Bogor, PT Bumi Tama Gunajaya Agro, PT Astra Agro Lestari, Perhimpunan Ekonomi Pertanian Indonesia, PT Deltom Laboratoris, Pemda Grobogan, Bank Indonesia Solo, Kementerian Koperasi dan UKM RI, Bapeda Kota Madya Solo, Pemda Karanganyar, Lembaga Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Kuanta Indonesia, PT Tiga Pilar Sejahtera, PT Smart, Sekolah Tinggi Penyuluhan Pertanian Yogyakarta, Balai Benih Tanaman Pangan dan Hortikultura Wilayah Surakarta, UNESCO PBB, dan IDB PBB. Prodi Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian memiliki sarana dan prasarana guna menunjang kegiatan mahasiswa, baik akademik maupun non-akademik. Sarana dan prasarana tersebut dibangun untuk meningkatkan soft skill maupun hard skill mahasiswa demi terwujudnya visi Prodi PKP, yaitu menjadi program studi unggul di tingkat internasional dalam bidang penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian yang berorientasi pada pembangunan pertanian berkelanjutan. Perbaikan serta penambahan sarana dan prasarana sangat digalakkan Prodi Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian guna mendukung Universitas 11 Maret sebagai PTNBH bereputasi global, UNS sebagai perguruan tinggi ke-12 di Indonesia yang bersatu sebagai PTNBH melalui PP nomor 56 tahun 2020. Menanggapi hal tersebut, tentunya seluruh elemen yang ada di UNS bersinergi dalam mendukung UNS, tidak terkecuali Prodi PKP, Prodi Penyuluhan dan
Basic human needs for food, sustainable energy, environmental quality, and biomaterials have become one of the greatest challenges for the future of humanity. One of the biggest issues that our world is facing over the next 50 years is, how can we feed 9 billion people?
The Faculty of Agriculture, 11 Maret University is here to address the challenge of food security, climate change, biodiversity, new and renewable energy.
Universitas 11 Maret is located in the suburban area of Surakarta, colloquially known as Solo, a city in central Java, Indonesia, around 100 kilometers away from Borobudur, one of the greatest Buddhist temples in the world. The city is located within a 50-minute flight from Jakarta and 1-hour flight from Bali. Solo is well known as a city of culture,
Cek. 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 Ora.
Agriculture development. In addition to the fundamental concepts and skills required for a successful career in agriculture, a graduate of the Faculty of Agriculture is armed with soft skills by taking part in various student activities on campus and student organizations both at national and international level. Students also have the opportunity to acquire global experience through student exchange programs and other international collaborative activities. The Faculty of Agriculture University encourages all researchers to promote their work through publication in national and international journals, as well as other forms of dissemination, such as presentation at national and international scientific forums. Researchers have produced excellent research products and become engaged in the activities of the community through various community service programs. International collaboration has become integral to higher education in the 21st century. To extend its network, the Faculty of Agriculture has set up and maintained good cooperation with more than 21 higher education and research institutes from 12 countries for collaborative academic as well as research projects.
Integrated and sustainable agriculture is an alternative solution for facing the global challenge. And for this action, we are here!
The Faculty of Agriculture of Universitas Sabellas Maret.
We know that agriculture identical with work hard that full of risks, old and dirty, so less attractive to the young generation. Even though farmer support on food security.
Universitas 11 Maret merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi negeri berbadan hukum. Terletak di Jalan IR Sutami nomor 36, Kentingan, Jebres, Surakarta. Universitas 11 Maret memiliki salah satu program studi unggulan terakreditasi A dari Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi, yaitu Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian, atau biasa disebut dengan PKP. PKP hadir untuk menjawab tantangan di era modern ini. Bakti penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian terhadap dunia pertanian merupakan alasan utama kami berdiri dan bertahan hingga sekarang. Melihat polemik pertanian yang semakin menjadi, penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian hadir menjadi pelopor terciptanya komunikasi yang baik antara petani dengan dunia luar. Program studi ini juga dapat menjadi powerhouse dari Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi poin ketiga, yaitu pengabdian masyarakat sebagaimana PKP dapat menjadi pemberdaya dan fasilitator khususnya untuk para petani.
Program studi komunikasi pertanian merupakan salah satu program studi yang berada di lingkungan Fakultas Pertanian. Program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian mulai didirikan pada tahun 1990. Pengembangan dari minat sosiologi pedesaan. Dan sejak tahun 1995, studi penyuluhan oleh Ibu Dr. Insinyur Eni Lestari MSI sampai dengan tahun 2003. Kemudian kepemimpinan dilanjutkan oleh Bapak Insinyur Soekarto mulai tahun 2003 sampai dengan tahun 2007. Nah, pada tahun 2007 itu ada peraturan dari Dikti tentang penataan kodifikasi program studi. Sehingga program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian bergabung dengan program studi sosial ekonomi menjadi program studi agribisnis.
Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, akhirnya pada tahun 2013 program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian diperkenankan untuk diselenggarakan kembali berdasarkan SK Dikti nomor 115 tahun 2013. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, sejak tahun 2015 program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian memperoleh akreditasi A sampai dengan saat ini, dan kemudian insya Allah sebentar lagi kami akan mengajukan akreditasi internasional. Nah, kemudian kepemimpinan setelah tadi Pak Tarto dilanjutkan oleh kepemimpinannya Bapak Dr. Insinyur Kusnandar, kemudian dilanjutkan oleh Ibu Dr. Diningtas Patmaningrum, kemudian dilanjutkan lagi oleh Bapak Dr. Agung Wibowo MSI, dan alhamdulillah saat ini mulai tahun 2019 sampai insya Allah nanti tahun 2003 kepemimpinan di program studi penyuluhan komunikasi pertanian diamanahkan kepada saya, Dr. Suminah MSI. Program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian di dalam mengembangkan kompetensi lulusannya dibantu oleh 3 laboratorium, yaitu yang pertama Laboratorium Sosiologi Pedesaan yang diketuai oleh Bapak Dr. Insinyur Sugiharjo MS, kemudian ada Laboratorium Penyuluhan Pertanian yang diketuai oleh Profesor Dr. Insinyur Suwarto MSI, kemudian ada Laboratorium Komunikasi Pertanian yang diketuai oleh Ibu Dr. Biningtas Patraningrum, MSI.
Prodi PKP memiliki visi menjadi program studi unggul di tingkat internasional dalam bidang penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian yang berorientasi pada pembangunan pertanian berkelanjutan dengan mengembangkan 3 misi. Yang pertama, mengembangkan keahlian dan profesionalisme dalam analisis teori bidang pertanian pada umumnya. 2. Mengembangkan kemandirian dengan mengaplikasikan teknik-teknik penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian dalam kehidupan masyarakat. 3. Mengembangkan kemampuan kewirausahaan. Budaya kerja program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian yaitu PKP Bright. Buah manis dari budaya kerja yang kami terapkan yaitu keberhasilan kami mengantarkan mahasiswa-mahasiswi PKP untuk mendalami minat dan bakatnya serta menjadi mahasiswa-mahasiswi yang berkualitas dan dapat menorehkan prestasi dalam bidang akademik maupun non-akademik. Bright sendiri memiliki arti full of light and shining. Kata ini selaras dengan kalimat penyuluhan dan komunikasi yang berfungsi untuk menerangi. Bright sebagai singkatan memiliki nilai bravery berarti keberanian, berani menghadapi tantangan dan perubahan. Responsibility berarti tanggung jawab, menyelesaikan tugas secara ikhlas, tuntas, dan berkualitas. Integrity berarti integritas, bekerja dalam harmoni berlandaskan prinsip-prinsip moral dan keutuhan. Genuine berarti keaslian, originalitas, menjaga otentisitas dalam berkarya. Honesty berarti kejujuran, mengatakan dan melakukan sesuai fakta. Trust berarti kepercayaan, saling percaya, bisa dipercaya, dan mempercayai. Selain mengembangkan potensi internal, kami juga mengembangkan potensi eksternal sebagai bakti kami terhadap perkembangan negeri. Langkah nyata kami yaitu bermitra dengan beberapa desa binaan untuk mengembangkan potensi desa tersebut. Selain bina desa, kami juga menjalin kemitraan dengan perusahaan-perusahaan besar, diantaranya Pusat Perpustakaan dan Penyebaran Teknologi Pertanian Bogor, PT Bumi Tama Gunajaya Agro, PT Astra Agro Lestari, Perhimpunan Ekonomi Pertanian Indonesia, PT Deltom Laboratoris, Pemda Grobogan, Bank Indonesia Solo, Kementerian Koperasi dan UKM RI, Bapeda Kota Madya Solo, Pemda Karanganyar, Lembaga Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris Kuanta Indonesia, PT Tiga Pilar Sejahtera, PT Smart, Sekolah Tinggi Penyuluhan Pertanian Yogyakarta, Balai Benih Tanaman Pangan dan Hortikultura Wilayah Surakarta, UNESCO PBB, dan IDB PBB. Prodi Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian memiliki sarana dan prasarana guna menunjang kegiatan mahasiswa, baik akademik maupun non-akademik. Sarana dan prasarana tersebut dibangun untuk meningkatkan soft skill maupun hard skill mahasiswa demi terwujudnya visi Prodi PKP, yaitu menjadi program studi unggul di tingkat internasional dalam bidang penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian yang berorientasi pada pembangunan pertanian berkelanjutan. Perbaikan serta penambahan sarana dan prasarana sangat digalakkan Prodi Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian guna mendukung Universitas 11 Maret sebagai PTNBH bereputasi global. UNS menjadi perguruan tinggi ke-12 di Indonesia yang bersatu sebagai PTNBH melalui PP nomor 56 tahun 2020. Menanggapi hal tersebut, tentunya seluruh elemen yang ada di UNS bersinergi dalam mendukung UNS, tidak terkecuali Prodi PKP. Prodi Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian juga memiliki tenaga pendidik berkompeten di bidangnya dan terdapat pula tenaga pendidik bergelar PhD yang tentunya mendukung World Class University. Prodi ini juga berperan dalam menerbitkan jurnal dari kegiatan Bina Desa HM Pelita yang dapat menjadi referensi mahasiswa dalam pemenuhan tugasnya. Kami, seluruh elemen Prodi Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian, bergandeng tangan, saling bahu-membahu, menyukseskan cita-cita Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta sebagai perguruan tinggi negeri berbadan hukum bereputasi global. Seluruh tenaga kami kerahkan, seluruh asa kami curahkan, saling bergandengan tangan, satu sama lain membahagiakan, satu sama lain menguatkan, hingga lelah terlupakan.
Basic human needs for food, sustainable energy, environmental quality, and biomaterials have become one of the greatest challenges for the future of humanity. One of the biggest issues that our world is facing over the next 50 years is, how can we feed 9 billion people?
The Faculty of Agriculture, 11 Maret University is here to address the challenge of food security, climate change, biodiversity, new and renewable energy.
Universitas Sebelas Maret is located in the suburban area of Surakarta, colloquially known as Solo, a city in central Java, Indonesia, around 100 kilometers away from Borobudur, one of the greatest Buddhist temples in the world. The city is located within a 50-minute flight from Jakarta and 1-hour flight from Bali. Solo is well known as a city of culture and the capital of batik.
The Faculty of Agriculture of 11 Maret University strives to provide excellent education, high-quality research, and applicable community services in the field of integrated sustainable agriculture, both national and international level.
With its adequate and appropriate learning facilities and infrastructure, the Faculty of Agriculture offers a unique and engaging learning environment and provides integrated local field and laboratory experiences for students to learn better and have more profound comprehension about the agricultural science. The library features thousands of books and provides access to a wide variety of international journals, which is expected to enhance the learning of the students, faculty, and researchers. The Faculty of Agriculture allows students to study and obtain professional knowledge in specific aspects of agriculture based on their interest and conduct research and community service that encourage integrated and sustainable agriculture development. In addition to the fundamental concepts and skills required for a successful career in agriculture, a graduate of the Faculty of Agriculture is armed with soft skills by taking part in various student activities on campus and student organizations both at national and international level. Students also have the opportunity to acquire global experience through student exchange programs and other international collaborative activities. The Faculty of Agriculture University encourages all researchers to promote their work through publication in national and international journals, as well as other forms of dissemination, such as presentation at national and international scientific forums. Researchers have produced excellent research products and become engaged in the activities of the community through various community service programs. International collaboration has become integral to higher education in the 21st century. To extend its network, the Faculty of Agriculture has set up and maintained good cooperation with more than 21 higher education and research institutes from 12 countries for collaborative academic as well as research projects.
Integrated and sustainable agriculture is an alternative solution for facing the global challenge. And for this action, we are here!
The Faculty of Agriculture of Universitas Sebelas Maret.
Universitas 11 Maret merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi negeri berbadan hukum. terletak di Jalan IR Sutami nomor 36, Kentingan, Jebres, Surakarta. Universitas 11 Maret memiliki salah satu program studi unggulan terakreditasi A dari Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi, yaitu Penyuluhan dan Komunikasi Pertanian, atau biasa disebut dengan PKP. PKP hadir untuk menjawab tantangan di era modern ini. Bakti penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian terhadap dunia pertanian merupakan alasan utama kami berdiri dan bertahan hingga sekarang. Melihat polemik pertanian yang semakin menjadi, penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian hadir untuk menjadi pelopor terciptanya komunikasi yang baik antara petani dengan dunia luar. Program studi ini juga dapat menjadi powerhouse dari Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi poin ketiga, yaitu pengabdian masyarakat sebagaimana PKP dapat menjadi pemberdaya dan fasilitator khususnya untuk para petani.
Program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian merupakan salah satu program studi yang berada di lingkungan pertanian. Program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian mulai didirikan pada tahun 1995 yang merupakan pengembangan dari minat sosiologi pedesaan. Dan sejak tahun 1995, program studi penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian dipimpin oleh Ibu Dr. Insinyur Eni Lestari MSI sampai dengan tahun 2003. Kemudian kepemimpinan dilanjutkan oleh Bapak Insinyur Soekarto mulai tahun 2003 sampai dengan tahun 2007. Dan pada tahun 2007 itu ada peraturan dari
We know that agriculture identical with work hard, that full of risks, old and dirty, so less attractive to the young generation. Even though farmer support on food security, gross regional domestic product contributor, and also the most resilient sector in pandemic COVID-19. Hello everyone, I am Nugroho Hasan from Agricultural Communication and Extension, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta. Want to explain about current issues in agriculture. So, as young generation, we must take a part in that. Agriculture is a very vital sector in each country, especially Indonesia. Based on data from the Central Statistics Agency 2020, the agricultural sector is still productive during pandemic COVID-19, with growth until 1.75%. One of current issues about agriculture is urban farming. The future needs of the world community, where more than 50% of the population live in urban areas, which include education, culture, health, economic, environmental good, food and security, have become a strong basis for implementation urban farming in the world. Besides that, urban population growth accompanied by phenomena of urbanization in a global. This poses challenge and problem with various aspects, including the decline in environmental quality due to reduced green space and the need for adequate food availability. Urban farming comes for increased food security, energy efficiency, and increasing economic income and jobs to the community. Sustainable urban farming is one of agriculture model for sustainable living in the city. Examples of sustainable urban farming are integrated polybag vegetable plant, biofloc catfish fishery, rabbit farm, and fruit cultivation in pots. So, from this integrated farming will increase sustainable environment, living, and economic in the city. This encourages the role of young generation to disseminate an agent of urban farming for food security and sustainability and also community. Young generation in Indonesia have role for help to accelerate and disseminate SDGs to all community with social action like urban farming. The role of young generation in Indonesia, first, as a social contract. Young generation become a bridge between the community and government to develop urban farming in some city. As a moral force, young generation must have a basic reference in behavior. And the third, as an iron stock. Young generation be a good personality and noble character that will make any change in community. And fourth, as guardian of value. Noble value must always be protected, and also good value will easy for young generation to develop community in the city. And the last, as agent of change. It is not just a title that sticks, because in this title there is a hope for change in the nation for better living. And also young generation are expected to be a driver of change for the better life. Real action are better than idea only. Implementation of urban farming will increase better living, social, environment, energy, and economic. Therefore, as a young generation, must come as a young generation for urban farming to support SDGs of security and also sustainable cities and community. Please enjoy our international webinar Agrixplosion 2021.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, best wishes and greetings to all of us.
The Honorable Profesor Dr. Jamal Wiwoho SHM Hum, as Rector of Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, represented by Profesor Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Yunus MS.
The Honorable Profesor Dr. Insinyur Samanhudi SP MSI IPM ASEAN Engineering, as Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture UNS.
The Honorable Dr. Insinyur Eka Handayanta MP IPU ASEAN Engineering, as Vice Dean for Academic Research and Student Affairs, and Dr. Agung Wiwowo SP MSI, as Vice Dean of Business Cooperation and Information Planning. Also all the lecturers who are willing to attend this event.
The Honorable Dr. Insinyur Agung Prabowo Master of Engineering, as Head of Center for Agricultural Mechanization Development.
And which we are proud of the International Webinar Agrixplosion 2021 attendees that are in joyful condition.
First of all, let us pray and praise to Almighty God because of His guidance, blessings, and grace. We can attend and participate in this Agrixplosion 2021 event.
Ladies and gentlemen, to open today's event, let us open it by praying together depending on our religion and beliefs. Praying start. Praying done.
Let us introduce ourselves in advance before getting into this event.
I am Hanif Agri Suryono.
And I'm Rana Fatina Maharani as the Master of Ceremony at today's event. Before reading out the rundown for today, let's do jargon first. When we say Agrixplosion 2021, all of audience reply, Smart farming for the rising generation and bright agrarian. Okay, let's do the jargon. Agrixplosion 2021, smart farming for the rising generation and bright agrarian. Thank you. And then we will read out the schedule this morning.
The first agenda is opening,
And then remarks,
material presentation,
question and answer,
awarding.
and the last agenda is closing.
Before moving to the main agenda, we will read the rules for participants in today's webinar. The first, the Zoom link is given on the day 1 of the event and 30 minutes before the event starts.
Participants are recommended to enter the Zoom meeting 15 minutes before the event starts.
Participant must change their name into name_institution_country, for example, Ani_Universitas 11 Maret_Indonesia.
During the events, participants must be polite, use proper speech and communication etiquette when speaking or writing in the chat column.
Participant must turn off the microphone and could be turned on when participants are asked to speak by the committee or speakers.
Participant must turn on the camera and use the virtual background provided by the committee.
Virtual background will be shared on the day of the webinar.
Participants can ask questions in the question and answer session with format name_institution_from whom_question. Example, Farid_Universitas 11 Maret_Mr. Graha_what is smart farming.
Participant must fill in the attendance form at the beginning and at the end of the event.
Participant must attend the event until it is finished.
The last one is e-certificate will be given to participants who have been active and fill in attendance at the beginning and at the end of the event.
Okay, before going to the next session, please listen to Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Before turning to the main event, we remind the participant to fill the attendance form on the link that has been uploaded in the chat column. The attendance form must be filled at the beginning and at the end of the webinar as a requirement to get an e-certificate.
We also remind the participants to capture the screen of today's webinar in your gadget to make insight in Instagram stories with the template that has been shared by the committee in the WhatsApp group. Don't forget to tag our official Instagram account at Agrixplosion21 and your friends because there will be some door prize for the best insight that have been uploaded.
We would like to thank all the sponsors and the media partners involved in this event. Emina,
Bintang 7,
Cicil,
and Bakso Sortalok.
Because all of them, the event and the competition in Agrixplosion 2021 could have been well.
The next agenda is a welcoming speech. The first welcoming speech will be delivered by Sofian Fauzi, as Chief Committee of Agrixplosion 2021. So Sofian, time is yours.
Hello everyone, and welcome to International Webinar Agrixplosion 2021. Thank you for Professor Dr. Jamal Wiwoho SHM as Rector of Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta or the representative for joining here today. Thank you Professor Dr. Insinyur Samanhudi SP MSI IPM ASEAN Engineering as Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, also Dr. Sumina MSI as Head of Agriculture Extension and Communication Major, and all the staffs who always supporting and facilitating in holding this event today. Thank you for all committee who put so much effort and thoughts in facilitating the society to keep productive during the pandemic. So everyone, here I'm present to you our best tribute from Agriculture Extension and Communication student, Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, Agrixplosion 2021. Thank you for Agrixplosion 2021 participants, enthusiasm, and participation. Agrixplosion itself is an international webinar discussing about agricultural in a form to increasing to our knowledge and benefit for society and young generation especially. Smart farming to support agriculture sustainability is the theme that we choose in today's event. We choose that theme in order to ease all generation to get information about agriculture and prove that being a farmer is fun and easy to do. I hope that what we share today can give a hard chance in agriculture and for our development together. And I am Sofian Fauzi. Thank you and please enjoy.
Thank you, Sofian, for the welcoming speech.
The next welcoming speech will be delivered by Professor Dr. Jamal Wiwoho SHM as Rector of Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, represented by Professor Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Yunus MS as Vice Chancellor for Academics and Student Affairs. To Mr. Ahmad Yunus, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable, the speaker, the first is Dr. Gustavo Andre de Araujo Santos. Thank you for your participation and contribution to the seminar. And the Honorable Dr. Yasuhiro Unishi, our partner from Gifu University, Japan. Thank you also for your joining in this seminar. And also the distinguished our speaker, Mr. Alan Sofan, SP MSc PhD from Gajah Mada University. Thank you for your participation. And the Honorable Dr. Retno Setiawati from the Department of Agriculture Extension, Universitas 11 Maret, and the Honorable Mr. Graha Abdi Pasmayan, SP. Thank you for your participation and also for all the participants in this seminar. The smart agriculture is our needed in the next development of agriculture, because we must face to the climate change, and this era we need some advanced technology. Start from the field, for example, for the precision to give the irrigation in the plantation, and also for the maintain the plantation until the harvesting technology. And also in our era, climate change, the diversity or biodiversity is very important to maintain our genetic diversity. To maintain the diversity, especially for the genetic diversity, we need some advanced technology like the DNA editing. So we have to study about the advanced technology, smart technology for agriculture. According to the FIO, in the 2030, minimum our production is double production. So the technology for the increase the double production is we must have the high technology. In the laboratorium is the molecular biology is needed. And the field is we need the smart technology. Like now we everywhere we use the drone for the precision to give the fertilizer, to manage the irrigation, and to manage the harvesting. So the seminar handled by the Department of Agriculture Extension is very important, and we need some new learning from our speaker, especially for Dr. Gustavo Santos from Yoshihiro Unisi, PhD, and also from the speaker from our countries. This is from Dr. Alan Sofan, from Dr. Retno Setiawati, and from Graha Abdi Pasmayan. I think this is the preface for the seminar, and thank you for your seminar. We hope the seminar is fruitful to our smart agriculture development. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next welcoming speech is from the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia, which will be delivered by Dr. Insinyur Agung Prabowo, Master of Engineering, as Head of Center for Agricultural Mechanization Development via a video that will be shown after this. To Mr. Agung Prabowo, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. For us all, Your Honor, Dean of Faculty Agriculture from University 11 Maret, the Honorable both the speakers from within and outside of country, namely Mr. Gustavo Andre de Araujo Santos, PhD, Mr. Yoshihiro Unisi, Mr. Alan Sofan, PhD, Mr. Graha Abdi Pasmayan, and Dr. Retno Setiawati. And ladies and gentlemen, herewith I will present smart farming development opportunity in Indonesia. The vision of agriculture development are advanced, independent, and modern. To achieve this vision, general policies have been established, including 1. Increasing production and productivity. 2. Low-cost farming. 3. Mechanization and research. And 4. Agriculture expansion. The agriculture development strategy to support national economic recovery is carried out in 5 ways. They are: 1. Increasing production capacity. 2. Local food diversification. 3. Strengthening reservoirs and food logistic systems. 4. Development and modern agriculture, and 5. Movement 3 times export. In the fourth way of acting, namely the development of modern agriculture is carried out in various ways, one of which is through the development of smart farming. Smart farming is a form of farming system that prioritizes to input the use of technology to streamline resources. So, the result of this system are precise in quantity and time, efficient use of labor, and improve the quality of agricultural products. The technological transformation in agriculture has been quite rapid since 2000s, where agricultural mechanization must be integrated with information technology, automation, and computerization, which has the impact of creating a new ecosystem in agriculture. The technological transformation is marked by restoring and strengthening the role or nature or existence of humans in the usaha tani system, farming system, which is system like artificial intelligence, technology, machine learning. Therefore, there is a need for a paradigm shift in positioning agricultural mechanization where humanware, like humor or knowledge capital, is the driving force in the mechanization system and no longer places physical agricultural tools and machines as the main component of the system. The next consequence is to place agricultural mechanization is a comprehensive and integrative manner to be able to synergize with other related systems. For example, climate or weather, crops, irrigation, land, market, like system approach. Digital technology innovation in agriculture is developing very quickly, causing a large gap in the use of technology in the developing countries with developed countries. For Indonesia, the limited knowledge capacity of farmers, human resources, and inadequate infrastructure support causing digital technology in the field of agriculture to currently only be enjoyed by large-scale agricultural entrepreneurs. To be able to reach all farmers, the Ministry of Agriculture has developed several digital technology innovation in the agricultural sector. However, effort to disseminate the technology are currently limited to introduction in the field and are carried out spreadly. A support system that can direct agricultural business actors in an effort to apply existing technology as well as a new technology is urgently needed at this time. In addition, rural agricultural businesses such as Gapoktan, BUMDes, or UPJA can integrate supply chain management into a new digital-based technology management unit. Technological input and marketing of result can be managed through a digital-based platform or platform with the scale of the location-specific business reach. For the last conclusion, there are several consequences that must be anticipated whilst developing smart farming so that it is sustainable. Namely, 1, setting up infrastructure like digital connectivity, digital data center, digital measuring and testing equipment. 2, prepare regulation or policies that can accelerate the preparation of digital infrastructure. 3, prepare regulation of policies related to the use of digital technology-based equipment and mechanization. 4. Prepare reliable human resources in operating and managing digital-based technology. 5. Analyzing the impact of agricultural ecosystem like environment, farmers' life, and farming. 6. Data management like data standardization so that it can be managed sustainably. 7. Provide incentives to stakeholders involved in investing of smart farming system. 8. Build corporate institution in this business in order to create a business climate that is very promising for profit and welfare for farmers. This is our presentation. Maybe if I have a question or problem, you can ask me by read or by speak. Thank you very much for all.
Thank you, Mr. Agung Prabowo, for the welcoming speech.
Okay, let's go straight to the main event, namely the presentation of the material by the speakers as well as the discussion and question answer guided by the moderator. Before that, let us read the curriculum vitae from the moderator in this webinar.
Dinar Fitriandini, an undergraduate student of Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, majoring in Agriculture Extension and Communication, Faculty of Agriculture, class of 2017.
She has several work experiences. Her latest work as a surveyor in collecting data from respondents about ecotourism in Karangpandan, Karanganyar from July 2021 until now.
In October 2020, she became a student intern at the Yogyakarta Assessment Institute for Agricultural Technology.
In 2019, she also had been an ASEAN International Mobility for Student or AIMS awardee and participated in the exchange student to Thai Nguyen University of Agriculture and Forestry or TUAF in Vietnam. To Dinar Fitriandini, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, MC, for the time.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita.
And thank you for all participants who's joining us in this webinar today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. On this day, I, Dinar Fitriandini, as the moderator, will guide today's discussion about smart farming to support agricultural sustainability. From what we heard earlier, we know the general picture of agricultural conditions right now. And from that, you might get curious about the opportunities for smart farming and how does the smart farming will support the sustainability of agriculture itself. And that's why we have our 5 amazing speakers with us today who will share their perspective and insights about smart farming. And now, for the first speaker, we have the founder of Agro Zero Carbon and the head of the Conservation Unit of the Chico Mendes Institute for Biodiversity Conservation. He is Dr. Gustavo Santos, PhD. He took his doctoral degree in agronomy from Sao Paulo State University in the year of 2020. He was also an intern at the Institute of Agronomy of the University of Lisbon in the year of 2012 to 2013. And in the year of 2018, he was also participate in doing research in data science summer school at the International Center for Theoretical Physics in Trieste, Italy. So let's get to the discussion. To Dr. Gustavo Santos, the screen is yours.
Hello, everyone, and good morning for all. I am so happy to stay here with you. I would like to thank for the invitation, and the organization was very, very keen with me. Today, I will talk with you about the overview and the opportunities of smart farming, how the smart farming can help us. And my presentation, can the next slide, please? Yes, thank you. My presentation is divided into following topics. I will talk about contextualization of smart farming applications, smart farming, smart agriculture, and health, and final considerations. Next. What is smart farming? The term smart farming is a fashionable word. We listen every day, the university, in the academic place, and everyone talking about smart farming. But to know the contextualization of smart farming, it's very important. But before to talk about smart farming, we need to recap about the history of the agriculture. Next, please. We have four agriculture advances in the history. The first was the agriculture 1.0. The manpower and animal force managed offer simple tools in these periods, 10,000 years before Christ. The begin human history. This time we have the domestication of the plants and animals. Next. In the 19th century, we had the agriculture 2.0. It's the same the green revolution. In this period we had the agricultural machinery and chemicals advances. In the 20th century, we had the agriculture 3.0 or precision agriculture. In this period, we had the computer programs and the robots deployments. Today, we have the smart farming or agriculture 4.0. We have the smart system and the smart device development. Next. Now, I will try to answer the discussion. And next. Finally, we can up with the definition of smart farming. I brought two things for you today. The first is about smart farming, or is about agriculture with the technology. Smart farming is the new term in the agriculture sector, aiming to transform the traditional techniques to innovation solutions based on information communication technologies, ICT. And another definition is about climate smart agriculture, emphasizing the capacity of the agricultural system to support the food security. What I want to make clear here today, it's about smart farming goes to for around the use of digital technology. We need to have we need to look the environmental conditions and environmental protection with the agricultural technologies. Next, please. In this context, we have four pillars in the smart farming. The first pillar is the technology, institutions, network, and diversity. It's not possible to do the smart farming with a strong institution and the new technologies, a good network, and diversity protection. Only by considering the new technologies in conjunction with a diversity of crop and livestock systems, as well the relevant markets and policies, can farming in the digital era become smart farming. Now I'm going to tell to you about the new technologies in the smart farming. Can you Next slide, please. About the applications, I will start with the unmanned aerial vehicles and remote sensing. Drones is the most the new innovation in smart farming. Drones can help in various operations like data collection, crop and field monitoring, disease detections, and many precision agriculture reports like spraying inputs, surveillance, etc. For example, to make weeds control, today in the agriculture here in Brazil, it's common to use drones to do these controls of weeds. And satellite data provides many advantages in precision agriculture over conventional methods, particularly in terms of the time decision, making mechanisms, spatial representation, and coverage, including cost efficiency. The remote sensing is very important to make a crop rate estimation, crop yields, and production, estimation for crop condition, the basic soil information, and cropping system students, experimental cropping insurance, and more. The big companies around the world use the remote sensing to make the yield estimation and, for example, grains yield production. The NDVI, I think, based in remote sensing, it's very important to do the plant production and the plant productive estimation for requests. Next slide, please. Big data. Big data is the new oil for agriculture. In the other words, big data supply farms and other actors involved in food supply chains with weekly intelligence to transform the farming system for process-driven, so data-driven. Big data represents the big revolution for the agriculture sector that can and already do change the always farms for works, agri-food supply chains, and operate and change things. Big data it's very nice for agriculture because when we have information, we have power. In the agriculture, we have many data collection because we work with the spatial and temporal variables. In agriculture, we have complex data because we have many types of data. We have soil data, plant data, we have climate data, we have the water quality, we have weather forecast data. When we have together all this data, we can then do important information to improve our production. Next, please. Internet of Things. Farm automation makes use of the technology Internet of Things and robotics to automate the crop production and livestock management, and the other to make the farms more efficient and productive. Sensor for climate monitoring, agricultural control and irrigation, monitoring leafing, soil sensor, soil moisture sensor, and soil pH sensor. Here in Brazil, we have the irrigation oriented by the soil moisture sensor. For example, we can reduce the water consumption the 17%. This is good because we reduce the ecological footprint from agriculture. Next, please. Artificial intelligence. Agriculture sector has recommended AI into the practice to improve the efficiency with reduce the environmental impacts. When we have the big data and Internet of Things collecting data at every moment, it's important to use artificial intelligence to make models to forecast production, forecast climate, forecast rains, and forecast, for example, soil carbon and soil organic matter. AI is shifting to the way old foods, reduce where the agricultural sector emissions have their usage by 20%. In this case, we can use the AI to automate machinery, reducing the consumption of oil. The market study report states that the global artificial intelligence AI in agriculture market size is expected to reach the $1,050 million by end the 2025 years. It's very, very nice for agriculture sector. Next, please. It's not possible to talk about robots without talks about artificial intelligence. When we have robots in the fields, of course, it's clear we have artificial intelligence. AI-enabled agriculture robots has helped farmers more accurate way to protect the crops from weeds, also helps them in management the labor challenge. AI boosts good enough and harvest crops at the right volume and the fast pace the human labors. By leaving the computer vision helps to monitor the weeds and spray them. Next, please. No, you can ask me, what about Earth? You talk about technology, but you don't talk about how the smartphone can serve our planet. I'll talk about this now. Next slide, please. We are living the climate crisis around the world. I think you know about this. The climate crisis is a big challenge of the world now. We'll have the increase of the biodiversity. Next slide, please. And temperature will change, rain will change, sea level will change. All these have a large impact of the agriculture. In this context, you have the smart carbon farming. Next slide, please. Agriculture is the human activity have a large pollution, but can help solve the planet because in the agricultural lands we can capture carbon from the atmosphere. When we have a smart farming, a smart practices in your lands, you can do the carbon capturation on the soil or in the plants.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Next
Gustavo,
slide.
but to interrupt, but your camera has been off.
It's okay now?
Oh. Wait a moment, please. The operator has the problem for a bit. Okay, but your camera.
My camera is okay here.
Okay, maybe from our operator, but you may continue. Okay, it's done already. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupt.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. And carbon smart farming. Carbon smart farming is based on the principle that agroforestry practices can be transformed from being a net carbon emitter to a net carbon sink. It's a recent concept that is used to describe the cultivation techniques that take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, where they causes global warming, and how to convert into a carbon-based compost in the soil and the plant growth. Carbon smart farm is the new concept in the agricultural fields. When you try find scientific papers about carbon smart farming, we have a little lecture in the scientific basis. But it's together with the smart farming, carbon smart farming is the new option to improve the environment and the agronomic production. Next slide, please. The attractive features and benefits of carbon farming. We have four attractive features. The first is environmental. When we have applied the carbon smart farming, we improve the air quality because we offsetting anthropogenic emissions of CO2 by fossil fuel combustion and deforestation. We improve the water quality and soil quality. We increase the microbial activity and soil biodiversity. We increase the use efficiency of nutrient inputs and restore the quality of degraded soils and the ecosystem functions and services. Next, please. The another attractive feature is the social and culture. Increase the social capital, empower the indigenous communities, and lead the better protection and create sites. Next. Economics, increase the farm productivity, provide a diversified revenue streams for the farmers and the landholders. I think the camera is off now.
Our operator, okay.
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 Provide opportunities for a new skills, encourage development, attract investment regionalists in the rural communities, and create jobs in the lands. Next, please. Public health increase the system economic productivity and improve the physical and mental health and farmers. For example, in the economic attractive features, when we have carbon smart farming practices in the field, in the futures, or I think in the present, we can have a carbon credits in the international market. It's a good for the farming. Next, please. Carbon smart farming. The amount of carbon sequestered in our soil can increase it by adopting the right management practices. For example, the practices in the carbon smart farming is the we can reduce in tillage, we can plant cover crops and use an organic matter and ferments, chooks, compost have been shown increase the amount of carbon storage in the soil. Soil is the brain of the farm. With technology, we can tap into this resource for valuable soil intelligence insights. In the global carbon storage in the soil, we can storage 4 or 5 gigatons CO2 by years. We need to improve this with technology. It's a big challenge in the smart farming today. The next, please. Final considerations. I would like to you about the smart farming is not about the future. Smart farming is the present. The world needs a professional with smart farming qualification and the smart farming skill. We need to have professionals with the programmation, with the statistical and the remote sensing skills. It's good for the smart farming and the soil carbon cycle. Smart farming is a technology, but also environmental protection. It's not possible to think about smart farming without thinking about climate resilience. Next, please. More important than smart farming is a well-thought out farming. I would like thanks also for this opportunity. I am very happy to stay here with you. I think we have the same climates. Brazil is a tropical country, Indonesia is a tropical country also. I think maybe we have the same challenges in our agriculture, and I am open to questions now.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Gustavo Santos for enlightening us about new knowledge and insights about smart farming. And for you who want to ask your questions to Dr. Gustavo, you can keep your question first because later we will have our Q&A discussion. Because now we'll move on to our second speaker.
Okay.
Our second speaker is a lecturer at Gajah Mada University, Department of Plant Protection. He is Mr. Alan Savan, SP, MSc, PhD. He took his doctoral degree in Plant Protection Department, College of Agriculture and Food Science, King South University. He participated in many workshops and conferences, and one of them was Academic Benchmarking Plant Protection Department with University Putra Malaysia. In the year of 2019, he was also an awardee in Indonesia Toray Science Foundation for Scientific Research. And today, Mr. Alan will be sharing us about the Smart Pest Monitoring System for Sustainable Agriculture. So to Mr. Alan Savan, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Does my sound is clear enough right now?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much and my deepest gratitude. And also, I would like to say thank you to the speakers and the committee. Today, I would like to share one of our research, especially on pest monitoring system. And now I'm not sure if I can share screen because it is not allowed for me to share my screen. Maybe the committee can make me as a co-host to enable me share.
Yes, you may share your screen. You can share your screen
Okay,
now.
now it's okay. Okay, now it's okay. So I think hopefully the screen is on right now. Is it?
Yep, I can see it clearly.
Okay, then. Okay, thank you very much. Within this 25 minutes, I'll try to share with you about one of our current research, the exciting one about what we call as smart pest monitoring system. Of course, we are doing this in order to adapt ourselves with what we are doing right now with the 4.0 industrial era, and of course to try to be a part significantly in achieving what we call as sustainable agriculture. Here, then, okay. And in this short time, I only will handle two questions for you, which is why pest monitoring and why do we need the smart one? That is a very two simple question that I'm going to address in this 25-minute sharing. Okay. First, let us see what we have in our agricultural system. Okay, we have many agricultural systems: the paddy field, the tea field, oil palm field, even even a simple plant that we have in our garden, for example. All of them are vulnerable to the pest attack. Can you imagine through this picture that one plant actually can be attacked or infested by many of the caterpillars, leafhopper, stem cankers, cancer, and so on. And what we are going to have? 30% of loss. This is internationally recorded data. In average, 30%. Even for those small farmers, for those developing countries, if they didn't have any proper measure, proper tool to anticipate this kind of threat, they will have more than 30% of loss. Then what should we do? Okay, these are three among the essential pests attacking our agriculture system. There are brown stem horror attacking the paddy field or rice field. There is Oryctes rhinoceros attacking the coconut. You see here, coconut completely dead because of this Oryctes attack. And even this very beautiful fruit fly, attacking most of the fruit that we have, guava, mango, star fruit, and so on and so on, okay? And they actually share some similarities. They are a great distance flyer, okay? Even, they can fly, particularly the dragonfly. They can fly even thousands of kilometers. And they have great in adaptation ability, just like, the coronavirus, they are going to be a different kind of variant. The same thing with the insect. They're able to develop different biotype. For example, the brown plant hopper or wereng in Indonesia, we have many biotypes. Also, kutu kebul or whiteflies, we have many biotypes. Why they are develop biotypes? Because they have their own stress. People spraying pesticide, people introducing chemicals. So that's why they are adapting themselves to keep survive in their environment. Exactly similar with the coronavirus that we are having right now. And the last one, they share similarities in great reproduction strategy. If you read some books or paper, we may have some information that one single female insect can have thousands of offspring. Okay, so this is really a great challenge for us. And one more thing that we have to consider carefully, agriculture industry profile, actually involving wide area. As we see here, it is also familiar with you, right? Although people said that rice field in Indonesia is small, but in general, we may see this landscape, okay? Even if you go to Merauke in Irianja, minimum of one single farmer have 8 hectares because they have very vast area of empty, which is not cultivated. And it has a serious implication that we need to have area-wide pest management. It is not possible for us right now to only concern on their own rice field, on their own field, but they have to be coordinated. That's why we call it area-wide pest management. We need to coordinate to have pest management in area-wide, not in your own individual field, because it won't work. Trust me. Okay, when we say area-wide pest management, we have this kind of example. We have a great area of pineapple. If you visit GGP industrial area in Lampung, you may see this. As long as your eyes is catching the field, that is very wide. Also banana farm, coconut farm, oil palm farm, even shallot farming in Tegal, in central of Java. And if you go to some area in cold area, you may see a very beautiful tea farm. They are involving wide area agricultural system. Okay. Then if we talk about area-wide pest management, we need 2 things. Our perspective should be changed into area-wide, not your only single individual farm. You cannot manage the pest within your field, but you have to coordinate with your neighbor field. That's why we call it coordinated work. But one more thing which is essential is that you have to also include the smart monitoring. That is the point that I'm going to share with you to discuss together in this occasion. When we talk pest monitoring, then we talk about why we need pest monitoring. Actually, 3 essential things that we have to get from the monitoring system for pests is that first, we may have the incident site mapping. It is very clear. Then we may have the route of the invasion of the pest, and the last essential one is we may have forecasting. It is required for early warning system. Without early warning system, without pest monitoring system, then we will have a problem with our production. Okay. When we got this, then we will have a timely decision to deploy a proper control technique, so then we can harvest as we expected. Farmer will smile, and then our generation, our child will, consume the required amount of the food normally. Okay. So at this point, then we will move to the what had been done with the area-wide cost monitoring. Some of the scientists also share some of their opinion how to deal with area-wide cost monitoring. The essential one is the third one, the community science. Okay, they are involving citizen in order to get the pest monitoring in covering wide area. Okay, so they call it citizen science. So they distribute this tool, they distribute this pest trapping to many volunteer of citizen, and then along with the tracking barcode, then they will compile, and then they will accumulate the data like this. Okay, and then finally they will put the data all together in wide area, so the visual data will be like this. So red means severe pest incidents, insect pest incidents. Yellow one is moderate, and then the green is light incident. So this data, this mapping data, is very essential to deploy a proper techniques to combat, to control the insect pest. Then finally we'll get the expected yield that we aim for. So here citizen science-based monitoring claim their data is as good as satellite. Okay, the satellite using image-based also had been developed as discussed with Dr. Gustavo. But the problem should be satisfied at this level? I think we should not be. Okay, because let's look at what had been what trapping tools that commonly used currently. So this is common trapping tools that they are using right now, and I would like to make a deep example on this. So this is conventional pest monitoring. This is what I call, this is the problem. It is not a problem actually. This is something that we have to develop. We have to scale up their technology. So commonly, this is what they are doing right now. Maybe you are familiar with this. So all of these are, we call it conventional trapping method, okay? And then even this one, if you look at this one, still I call it the conventional one, although there is some there is sophisticated material here, look like, but indeed it is not. It is only involving the solar cell to make the light is on. That's all. It look like smart, but indeed it is not. So don't be easily get conclusion on this. Because what I mean with the smart pest monitoring is not like this. But before we go to the smart pest monitoring system, let us make it clear, what does it mean with the conventional pest monitoring? Okay, let's take as an example of this ORIC test that I present to you in the beginning of presentation. As I said that this Oryctes rhinoceros, this is the species name, or the common name is, I forget, the common name is beetle, maybe coconut beetle, something like this. So they are really a problem with the farmer, particularly those farmer having the coconut palm in their field. Okay, so it can have 100% loss. What they are doing to handle this problem is by installing or the trapping system. Okay, this is the trapping system that they have, and they have to install it at certain level of height. Okay, and they have to climb it. So they have to climb it or using some supporting system, and that is the first problem. It is very, very difficult. The second problem, when some insect is trapped inside this trap, okay, they have to take it down and they have to count it manually, and this is a problem. Okay, they have to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Even after that, they have a problem, second problem with the data tabulation. This is look like simple dealing with data, but now this data is very, very important. So we don't know what they are dealing with, what they did with the data. I think they just throw it away. Indeed, this is very important. So that's why to handle these two questions, then people think about why then we don't develop the smart pest monitoring. There are two characteristics of when we call smart pest monitoring. First, it has to integrate some sensors. The second thing, that it should involve the digitization of the data. So these two factors will then we may call that this is smart one, okay? Not the before, which only involving the solar cell. It is not only that, but it has to involve two, sensor and digitalization of the data to the server. Then finally, server enable us to see the real-time monitoring. Okay, I think we still have time. And then, but not only that, the third one is also important to be called as smart pest monitoring, which is the forecasting system, or we call it early warning system. This forecasting system is very important when we are dealing with insect trapping, insect pest monitoring. Okay, so this we can discuss in detail, but later on. Okay, let me finish with the concept. Okay, when we are dealing with the smart pest monitoring, as I said, there are two things involved. One of them is sensor. What is the sensors used for? Sensor mainly for the automatic counting. So far, when I read some papers and also based on our discussion in our research group, there are two counting systems. First, which is image-based. Second, with wing beat-based sensor. Okay, we can talk in detail, but as mentioned by Dr. Gustavo as well, the image will involve what we call as artificial deep learning, or AI, to allow the counting and the identification of the insect pests in parallel altogether. Okay, other also try to use wing beat-based sensor also to identify and the insect and to count the how many insects getting trapped inside our trapping units. Okay, and then this is another many example of the commercially available smart pest monitoring. So it had been done by many groups. We have TrapView, we have DTN, we have Agreen, we have some ongoing, which is only published in paper like this one, modified Macfield traps and urban pest trap, many more. But can you imagine how much their price right now? I try to contact with the some companies involving this. I don't want to mention it, but one unit of this smart pest monitoring costs 1,290 euros, equal to 22 million. Then I am really surprised. How can farmers in developing countries can afford this price? So based on that, which is a costly pest monitoring, then our research group tried to have what we call as cost-effective pest monitoring system. Okay, this is the process that we are going through. We are making basically same. What we are developing came from the conventional one, which is this simple bucket, which is commonly used by farmers. Then we try to make it smart. This is the very short summary how we are developing this smart monitoring system. And then we also developing the web-based monitoring to make it nearly real-time system. Sorry? Okay, 3 minutes left, okay. And then we also try to deal with when we are developing what we call as cost-effective pest monitoring, we are making some research seriously. First of all, we take care of the counting sensor. Well, when people use the image-based sensor, I really agree that this is great system. Only the problem is that they are costly, and our farmers in developing countries would not afford it easily. Okay, so then why that's that motivate us to have a cost-effective counting sensor. Then this is our research. We are using actually the infrared and laser beam based counting sensor, and we try to make some of the combination, either the sensor numbers and the position of the sensor within the trapping unit. So finally, and we also try to have a further study by exposing this sensor, counting sensor, to different population of the insect. We have 10, 30, and 50. And surprisingly, we got the answer that basically using 3 sensor altogether in single trapping unit will enhance significantly the counting accuracy. So based on this data, then we move to the field. Then we move to the field, and based on our 3 days pest monitoring using the tool that we developed, we call it iTrap system. And this is some of the representative picture. Then we have this data. We have 120 catching compared to the normal. Even the traditional one is less than what we have. And then what is the uniqueness of our smart pet monitoring that we call iTrap? There are many, but you can visit our website in itrapsystem.com. There in short, actually it has 4 issues. First, we make it smart because it has smart monitoring. It has microclimate data. It has IoT system that enable you to only what you call monitor your trapping through your home. No need to go to the field, and it will support your precise decision, because we will involve what we call as forecasting system. And we have involved some studies. We involved some students to study this forecasting system. We use what we call as degree-based model. So this actually has very significant relation with the microclimate data that we install. So when we got the data, then we got the how many insects that we track. Then we combine these 2 data to have the forecasting data. So it will give the farmer who has this smart pest monitoring with the early warning system. This is how we involve the farmers. So I think I should say thank you very much. I think 25 minutes is finished right now. I should also thank to our very big group of iTrap system. There are Mr. Hesti, Firdaus, Mursid, Fatih, Suputa, Imad, Dualim, Wijaksono, and Siwi Indarti. I think that's all my presentation, and very nice to share with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to Mr. Alasofan for sharing us the insights about smart pest monitoring system. And now we have listened to our extraordinary speakers. Okay, back to me. We are sorry for the problem. And now we have listened to our extraordinary speakers in session 1. Let's get to the Q&A session. This session is limited to 15 minutes. So for you who want to ask your questions, you can use the raise hand feature if you want to ask directly to the speakers, or you can send your questions instead to the chat room with the format name, _institution, _ to whom you want to address your question, _ your questions. So please, everyone. Okay, we have our first question already, and this is dedicated to Dr. Gustavo. This is the question from Gabriela Dea from Universitas 11 Maret. And the question to Dr. Gustavo is, smart farming is the answer to agriculture in this 4.0 era. I want to ask, do you agree that smart farming, like the agricultural technologies, is indeed a solution that can be implemented 100% by all farmers today? And what about the past farmers who on average still use the old ways to grow crops and are left behind, even they are not able to operate smart farming technology? And what do you think is the next of sub-solution we have? To Dr. Gustavo?
Hello, I'm
Yes.
here.
You may answer the question. Yes.
Thank you for this question. One moment, please. To implement the smart farming in all the farms is very complicated. To apply smart farming, we need first change our mind. I know the farms have the past farms have another farms to do the agriculture, but it's sustainable. I think it's sustainable. Maybe not, maybe yes. But the first step is change the mind, and to do it for the implemented by 100%, when we need to have institutions strong and police in the by the country to foment this project. But for example, to apply smart farming in the agriculture, we don't need, for example, have high technology. When you collect data in your farm and make a statistics and make graphs, we have a smart farming also, and everyone can collect data in the farm. It's a smart farming also.
Okay, but may I ask, what about in your country? Is there the conventional farmers already implement the smart farming itself?
Here in Brazil, we are starting the smart farming.
Okay.
Now, for example, we have smart farming the big farms only in Panatele, because we need to have like connect internet to have a good application. Internet is a big challenge here.
Okay,
in the farm.
So it is a big challenge indeed that we have to, what is it? Share this smart farming system to the conventional farmers, right? And for Gabriela, thank you for your question. And I hope the answer is already answered to your question. So for you who want to ask another question, you can use the raise hand feature if you want to ask directly, or you can use the chat box instead. Okay, here is the question for Mr. Alan Sofan from Shelly Anissa from Universitas 11 Maret. And the question is, as we know, most of farmers in Indonesia is still lack of knowledge in technology and farming based on their culture. So how's the effective way to make traditional farmers want to start farming with the use of technology in order to ease them and improving their yield? To Mr. Allen, you may answer the question.
Okay, thank you very much to Sheila Anissa from Universitas 11 Maret. I think this kind of question is a bit similar with the question to Dr. Gustavo, that indeed our farmers still have some distance with the technology. Does my sound is clear? Okay. Just remind me if there is some problem with my sound. Okay, the point is that we have to be fair. I agree with Dr. Gustavo, but let us have another perspective. You know, the traditional farming or conventional farming practicing by the farmers right now, actually involving old farmer. I mean, at their age. I mean, only those farmers are 50 or 60 years old farmer, which is implementing the old farming system. Okay. Then we have to think about the next farmers after those people, which is younger farmer, which is actually has no any attention to the existing farming system with the old farming system. This data is very clear that there are no very clear data that young generation of peoples are not really interesting to the farming industry, because they are involving, because it is dirty, it is high risk, and so on and so on. This smart pest monitoring or any smart farming system actually to anticipate the next era, the next generation of farmers, so this we have to be fair like this. I mean, I agree that nowadays it is difficult to implement this technology to the old farmers, which is still exists right now, but their son is a farmer and they are living in the 4.0 era. Then we have to provide them. I think nowadays the young people who decided to go to the farm already has a good connection with any technology, existing technology. They are very familiar with the gadget, internet, and so on and so on. And they want to have different approach with the farming. Okay, so this smart pest monitoring, it is not to answer the old agricultural system, but we are anticipating the farming system, which will be done by the next generation farmer or next youth farmer in the future. So I think that is my perspective when we are deciding to develop this smart monitoring for the pest. So I think that is for Sheila Anissa, right? So should I answer the other one, or
you may answer the question from Arista Adinugroho.
Okay.
To Mr. Gustavo Santos and Mr. Alan, how interaction between smart farming system with pandemic coronavirus at present day? We know that it is very difficult to mobilize the people or farmers to application this innovation. Thank you. You may answer first, Mr. Alan.
Okay. So this is actually the moment that this is the momentum that we have. Now people are not moving a lot. Not only in the city, but maybe farmer also does the same. Also, although I'm sure farmer still go on the farm. Okay, but for the young farmer, maybe they are reluctant to go to the field. That is the big momentum that we have in this pandemic era. We have to catch this momentum to develop the smart pest monitoring, because smart monitoring system, smart farming system, including the smart pest monitoring, this facilitating the farming practices, many particularly in monitoring, which not necessarily require the people to go to the field frequently. So usually when farmers go doing the monitoring, pest monitoring, they have to visit their farm. They have to visit their farm in daily basis, in weekly basis, and so on and so on. But through this smart system, it is not necessary to visit the farm as frequent as before. They just sit on their desk, go to the internet, and all the farming data, all the data required related to the farming will be visualized in their computer through the internet connection. So they don't need to go to the field as frequent as before. So this pandemic era actually one of the push to us to really serious to develop this. To be honest, that our product is still developing, but this pandemic corona is teaching a lot with us that we have to take care this issue very, very seriously. So I think that is my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alan, for your perspective. And for Mr. Gustavo, how about your perspective in this question?
My perspective is the same of the Mr. Alan. I was compliment talking about with the pandemic moment. We had the explosion contact with the smartphones and the internet. We have many IPs for smart farming, the smartphone. The farms have contact with the smartphone here in Brazil and improve this smart farm technologies application in the, for example, soil moisture monitoring and weather monitoring, and for example, with AI detect the plant nutrition and plant ISOs and the weeds with the using the cell phone.
It is already what is it? Enhanced in Brazil, right? The smart farming to the farmers. And for the last question to Mr. Alan, there is a question from Nugroho Hasan from Universitas 11 Maret. When is smart farming can be implemented widely in Indonesia, and how the requirement of Indonesian farmer can be implement smart farming?
Okay, when we talk about smart farming in Indonesia, we know as well that now we have what we call as demographic bonus, right? Means that there will be a moment then that there will be many young age youth people present in the same time. Of course, we have to take care of what do they need in dealing with many industry, especially in this farming industry. Okay, so I really optimistic that it will not take too long for the smart farming system, any smart system, pest monitoring system, plant nutrition, or weather system, smart monitoring. It will be in short time will be implemented by the farmer, but the only problem is that how to attract young generation to deal with farming, deal with agriculture. If we providing this smart farming system, that will be in parallel attracting the young generation to go to the field, to go to the farming, to go to the agriculture. So it is actually the relation is quite what you call have tight relation. I mean, if we are developing smart farming, the young generation will be attracted to the agriculture. Or in vice versa, if we say if the young generation is already attracted to the field, then the smart farming will be implemented easily, right? Because young generation will not, I'm sure, they will not, spend their time in the field just to pick, let's say, to harvesting manually or to pick some pests, using hand picking. It is all system. It is all practices which is not, will not be implemented by young farmers. So they need the smart one. So that's why I'm really optimistic. The smart farming system will be in very close in their implementation in Indonesia. With one condition, the young farmers should decide to go back to the agriculture. I think that is my very short perspective about these issues.
Okay, thank you very much to Mr. Alan for answering the question. Also to Mr. Gustavo for also answering our question from our participants today. But unfortunately, the time has up already for the Q&A session. So before we get to our next discussion, let's relax our mind for a bit. And to the MCs, you may lead the session. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dinar. The material presented by the first speaker, Mr. Gustavo from Brazil, and the second speaker, Mr. Alan from Indonesia, is very interesting, right, Hanif?
Yeah, of course, very insightful.
Yeah, the material presented could make us understand more deeply about smart farming and its implementation. So, after the presentation of these two materials, it's a good idea to relax our brains for a moment, so that during the presentation of the material after this, the participants are in a fresh condition and ready to receive and understand more material again.
Okay, we will show you one of Indonesia culture. It is traditional dance from Indonesia called Geo Denok dance.
Wow, so excited.
Yeah, of course. This traditional dance comes from Central Java and it is absolutely very beautiful. So, let's check it out. the dance are so great ya.
Yeah,
Can
I
you do it,
hope-
Ran? Can you do it?
I can do that. I hope I can dance like them, but I can't do that.
Don't worry, Rana. Every people have different talent, of course, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Okay, I think that's enough time to relax the brain with this traditional dance video. And then we remind all the participants to always be active in participating in today's webinar. For example, actively asking about the material presented in this webinar. Because at the end of the event, the most active participants will get some door prize.
So the next agenda is the presentation of the third to fifth material. These materials will be delivered by Mr. Graha from Indonesia, Mr. Yoshihiro from Japan, and Mrs. Retno from Indonesia, which will be guided by the moderator. Back to Dinar, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much to the MCs for leading the fun refreshing to our mind. And it was indeed a beautiful dancing, and I cannot dancing also. And also for the next session, we will meet our third speaker, who is an ambassador for millennial farmers from the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. He is Mr. Graha Abadi Pasyaman, SP. Currently, he is taking his master degree in Development Communication Study Program in Institut Pertanian Bogor. Alongside, hello, Mr. Graha. And you are the 92nd rank of influential young leaders in Indonesia, right? It is indeed amazing. And Mr. Graha will be sharing us about the role of the young generation in sustainable smart agriculture. To Mr. Graha Abadi Pasyaman, screen is yours. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Sorry if I don't use English until this because it's a make this discussion more enjoyable. And thank you for inviting me to this activity. And it's an approach to join you. And first, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, salam, nama budaya, salam kebajikan. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, nama ba'du. Robi sohli sodri wa yasirli amri wa ludatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Pertama dan paling utama, puji syukur selalu kita panjatkan atas kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala yang telah memberikan kita nikmat sehat, nikmat iman, nikmat ilmu, nikmat amal, yang kemudian membawa kita pada kegiatan hari ini yang saya kira luar biasa, inisiasi dari teman-teman UNS di tengah ketidakpastian COVID-19. Teman-teman memberikan sebuah gagasan yang menarik, dan selawat beriring salam tak lupa kita aturkan kepada baginda besar Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Sebelumnya saya ingin menyapa, ini ada guru saya, dosen saya, Ibu Kordiana Karangga. Saya tidak akan selesai studi S1 tanpa beliau, karena beliau ini salah satu pembimbing saya. Izin Ibunda saya berbagi pengalaman dengan rekan-rekan. First slide, and membangun minat generasi petani milenial dalam perkembangan ekonomi di Indonesia. Next. Oke. Indonesia 2045 harus kemudian berdaulat, maju, adil, dan makmur. Kenapa demikian? 2045 itu harus dibangun dari 2020 dan 5 tahun belakangan ini. Bagaimana kemudian 2020 kita tahu di tengah ketidakpastian COVID-19 Indonesia diterpa COVID bahkan di global pandemi, dan bagaimana kemudian ekonomi bisa bangkit. Ini menjadi kerja keras kita. Dan di sektor pertanian, sektor agriculture, up to 16,67%. Artinya 3 kuartal di Indonesia tingkatan dunia pertanian 3 kali meningkat. Dan sampai hari ini sektor pertanian terus meningkat. Kita di bawah Kementerian Pertanian Republik Indonesia terus memberikan peningkatan terus sampai dengan di tahun 2021. Dan artinya jangan sampai di 2020 ini, di 2021 ini, bagaimana kemudian kita harus sama-sama bergencar membangun sektor pertanian. Karena kalau sampai di 2025 nanti tidak terbangun sektor pertanian, maka kemudian kita akan mendapatkan jebakan yang disebut dengan income middle trap. Nah, income middle trap itu adalah bagaimana kemudian tua sebelum kaya, bagaimana kemudian sebuah negara tidak mampu berdaya saing dari negara berkembang dan negara maju. Nah, ini yang ditakutkan oleh seorang negara seperti Indonesia. Kenapa demikian? Negara seperti Afrika dan Brazil pun tidak mampu bagaimana menyelenggarakan dan bagaimana mempedulikan kemaslahatan umat. Afrika dan Brazil terjebak dengan income middle trap, tidak mampu memfasilitasi bonus demografi di negara. Negara mana yang berhasil mendapatkan keuntungan dalam bonus demografi adalah China dan Amerika. Bagaimana kemudian kita lihat China dan Amerika sekarang berdaya saing sangat luar biasa. Next. Dan ini yang disebut dengan struktur penduduk Indonesia. Apa yang sudah disampaikan oleh pembicara sebelumnya, Mr. Alan, bonus demografi. Indonesia akan menyambut bonus demografi di 2050. Bagaimana kemudian usia di 35 sampai dengan 39 tahun itu, kalau teman-teman lihat piramidnya itu sangat luar biasa. Nah, artinya Indonesia diperkirakan menjadi ekonomi terkuat di dunia setelah India, China, Amerika, dan Indonesia. Nah, semua ini ada di tangan anak-anak muda, the young entrepreneur. Bagaimana kemudian tema yang diangkat adalah Youth Generation Role in Sustainable Smart Farming. Nah, seorang anak muda itu harus bicara tentang bagaimana basically Internet of Things. Bagaimana kemudian anak-anak muda itu harus berpikir bagaimana dunia pertanian itu bisa dikendalikan dengan smartphone. Nah, kalau sampai kemudian anak-anak muda masih berpikir tentang pertanian yang konvensional, maka kemudian kita hanya tua dalam usia, kemudian muda dalam usia, tapi tua dalam pemikiran. Nah, ini seorang anak muda harus berpikir your move, open-minded tentang agriculture. Bahwa sektor agriculture itu tidak lagi seperti sektor seperti dulu, bahwa membajak dengan kerbau. No. Tidak begitu. Bagaimana kemudian dunia hari ini sudah berubah, dan inilah harus teman-teman rasakan. Bagaimana kemudian sebagai anak muda, yang nanti akan merasakan perubahan Indonesia di 2050 harus punya visi yang jelas. Bagaimana bonus demografi bisa difasilitasi dan dimanajemen dengan baik. Ketika sektor pertanian sudah siap menyambut bonus demografi, maka teman-teman di dunia pertanian, teman-teman di sarjana pertanian harus siap menyambut bonus demografi. Karena sektor yang paling siap hari ini adalah sektor pertanian. Kalau kita lihat di pandemi COVID-19, beberapa sektor gulung tikar, seperti di daerah Jawa Barat, Karawang, bagaimana industrialisasi ribuan orang dipecat. Nah, bagaimana kemudian beberapa sektor turun, yang meningkat hanya sektor pertanian dan Internet of Things. Bagaimana demikian? Karena Internet of Things, teman-teman menggunakan Zoom, kuliah menggunakan Zoom, rapat menggunakan Zoom, dia meningkat. Tapi tidak lebih dari 16,67%. Nah, ini yang harus dipersiapkan. Bagaimana China mempersiapkan bonus demografi, dia sudah siapkan itu. Basic Internet of Things, ketika lahir usia produktif sudah langsung bekerja di basic technology. Bagaimana USA, Amerika mempersiapkan lapangan terbang, bagaimana kemudian alat perang ketika sudah lahir bonus demografi, dia langsung your move ke lapangan terbang. Jadi lapangan pekerjaan sudah diciptakan. Bagaimana dengan Indonesia? Nah, ketika lahir penduduk meningkat, government tidak siap, ini akan menjadi sebuah malapetaka. Jangan berpikir bahwa ketika ini bonus demografi kemudian ini menjadi bonus yang positif. No. Bisa saja bisa menjadi negatif ketika ini tidak dimanajemen dengan baik. Next. Saya mau bicara tentang development of technology 4.0 for smart farm. Bagaimana kemudian kita sudah berpikir make use of a weather, climate, monitoring, smart irrigation, smart greenhouse. Ini adalah teknologi yang sudah kami terapkan di IPB, di Institut Pertanian Bogor, bagaimana kemudian sudah berbasis smart farming. Artinya make use of sensor, remote sensing, drone, artificial intelligence, robotik. Nah, ini sudah mulai bergerak. Bagaimana kemudian juga smart rain preparation, smart branding, smart planting. Kemudian ada juga smart protection, smart harvesting. Bagaimana kemudian kita sudah berbicara tentang Internet of Things, bicara tentang automate kitchen. Jadi sudah bicara tentang bagaimana otomatis bergerak sendiri, robotik. Dan kita juga sudah automatic processing industry. Jadi sekarang ini sudah big data, sudah berinternet, sudah punya teknologi. Jadi tidak ada lagi pikiran bahwa seorang petani milenial, young entrepreneur agriculture tidak lagi bicara tentang kumuh, jorok, pendapatan kecil, tapi sudah bicara tentang bagaimana semua tersistem dan sudah mulai berbicara tentang Internet of Things. Dan ini sudah bagaimana kita juga bisa menjualkan dengan smart marketing. Jadi tidak ada lagi bicara dari pasar ke pasar, dari rumah ke rumah, tapi sudah bicara tentang basicnya di smartphone. Jadi seorang anak muda dia pagi, dia sudah bangun tidur, dia sudah bisa melakukan kegiatan unit bisnis, bahkan berputar uang secara cepat dengan smartphone. Bayangkan kalau teknologi Smart Farming 4.0 ini kita lakukan ke petani kita yang notabene usianya sudah di atas 40-50 tahun, dan tentu secara penggunaan teknologi dia tidak terlalu piawai, maka seorang petani tersebut merasa dan menganggap bahwa Internet of Things menjadi sebuah kendala. Bagaimana kemudian kalau menjadi kendala tentu tidak akan mau dia lakukan. Bapak coba gunakan ini, smartphone, Bapak tinggal foto, bisa Bapak kirim, Bapak bisa jual, bisa di startup, Bapak bisa jual di beberapa Tokopedia, bahkan di seluruh Indonesia dengan cepat. Tapi karena dia tidak punya basic penggunaan smartphone, ya maka kemudian itu menjadi kendala. Tapi tidak demikian bagi seorang anak muda. Saya kira hampir semua yang berada dalam Zoom ini semua menggunakan smartphone dan piawai. Dan ini saya kira peran anak muda penting dalam bagaimana sustainable agriculture ke depan. Next. Dan ini adalah development of technology, bagaimana kemudian kita di pertanian sudah robotic rice transplanter, tanpa orang dia bisa bergerak, bagaimana kemudian mobile application kita bisa menjual dengan smartphone, bagaimana kemudian menanam dengan drone, bagaimana kemudian kita punya information system, bagaimana Internet of Things ini bergerak, bagaimana ada intelligent of market. Saya bisa tahu pasar dunia apa yang dibutuhkan. Di Brazil, Mr. Gustavo butuh apa, saya tahu. Dan itu anak-anak muda di Indonesia sudah bergerak, bagaimana kemudian kami bisa menjual sampai dengan ekspor, dan pendapatan anak-anak muda seusia kami sudah sampai dengan 2-3 miliar per bulan dengan menggunakan Internet of Things. Saya kira join us for me, bergabung di anak-anak muda Indonesia yang hari ini ingin membangun Indonesia, yuk bergabung dengan kita. Baru saja kurang dari 24 jam Pak Presiden mengukuhkan hampir dengan 2.000 petani milenial yang kemudian akan sama-sama membangun Indonesia. Next. Kenapa kemudian smart farming ini penting? Karena ini yang harus disajikan di anak-anak muda. Bagaimana kemudian dia bisa mengidentifikasi lahan, dia bisa mengidentifikasi cuaca, dia bisa mengidentifikasi tanaman apa yang ada di lokasi, kondisi tanah. Ini semua bisa dilakukan. Kalau dulu mungkin kenapa Pak tidak menanam tomat? Ya harganya jatuh, belum tentu. Kenapa tidak menanam tomat? Kayaknya cuaca bakal hujan. Tidak, ini sudah semua big data, by data. Kita bisa memprediksi walaupun tentu tidak akurat, artinya tidak sampai dengan 100%, tapi kita mampu bagaimana kemudian memprediksi keadaan-keadaan ini. Bagaimana kemudian unsur tanah, bagaimana kemudian hasil panen. Bapak sudah bisa memprediksi ketika sebelum tanam hasil panennya berapa ton. Nah inilah yang disebut dengan smart farming. Bahkan dari hulu sampai dengan hilir kita mampu memprediksi. Next. Nah, kenapa kita perlu smart farming? The Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, FAO, memprediksi bahwa populasi secara global kita itu 8 billion people 2025 dan 9,6 billion people 2050. Bayangkan kalau kemudian ini bisa terus bertambah, sektor pertanian kita bertambah, manusianya bertambah, sektor pertanian yang semakin hari semakin berkurang lahannya. Apa yang harus kita lakukan? Ialah lompatan-lompatan inovatif, lompatan-lompatan kreatif. Bagaimana kemudian sekarang kita bisa memenuhi kebutuhan hampir dengan 70% peningkatan 2050 nanti. Bayangkan penuhnya penduduk Indonesia ini bagaimana kita mau memenuhi kebutuhannya kalau kita tidak punya inovasi-inovasi tambahan. Bagaimana kemudian kita sekarang menanam padi itu tidak lagi di lahan sawah. Sudah bisa menanam lahan padi itu di rooftop. Sudah bisa menanam padi itu di lahan kering. Jadi tidak ada lagi berpikir bahwa lahan padi itu ada lahan yang sawah becek, tidak ada lagi. Sekarang dunia sudah maju, sudah ada Pago, Unsut. Bagaimana kemudian padi gogo bisa menanam padi di lahan kering. Nah, bagaimana pertumbuhan populasi dunia Indonesia nomor 4, 272 juta jiwa. Nah, ini yang menjadi ketakutan. Bagaimana kemudian produktivitas pertanian kita harus mengejar, bagaimana pertumbuhan penduduk yang ada di Indonesia. Jadi, tidak ada lagi dunia pertanian yang berpikir secara kacamata kuda, tapi kita sudah open mind bahwa sekarang dunia pertanian sudah maju dengan smart farming. Next, saya akan tunjukkan beberapa. Nah, ini adalah di Indonesia, karena saya sudah sampaikan tadi bagaimana populasi di Indonesia 2019 adalah 268 juta jiwa yang akan menjadi 305 juta pada 2035. Nah, meningkatkan populasi akan membawa beberapa tantangan untuk meningkatkan produktivitas, kualitas pangan kita, dan bahan pertanian kita. Dan saya pikir hari ini adalah gambaran petani kita masih menggunakan alat pompa seperti ini. Dan next, ke depan usia petani 40 tahun kita rubah menjadi usia-usia petani milenial yang produktif, yang berbasis Internet of Things. Next. Nah, kenapa penting? Saya kira karena ini adalah bagaimana kemudian meningkatkan minat generasi muda untuk terjun ke dunia pertanian. Mungkin kalau ditanya anak kecil kalau ditanya mau jadi apa? Pasti mau jadi dokter, mau jadi pilot, mau jadi apalagi polisi, tapi tidak ada yang mau menjadi petani. Karena apa? Karena opini publik sudah menggiring untuk menjadi hal yang buruk. Seolah-olah pekerjaan petani itu berat, seolah-olah pekerjaan petani itu adalah tidak menjadi satu profesi, pendapatannya rendah, jorok, kotor. Tapi sekarang sudah kita rubah bahwa sekarang tidaklah aneh kalau ada wanita cantik di tengah lahan cabai, menggunakan smartphone, menggunakan gadget untuk melakukan aktivitas penjualan. Bahwa mohon maaf, saya dan teman-teman di usia yang masih 27 sampai dengan 28 tahun, pendapatan kami menembus 7 miliar per bulan mulai dari bulan Juli kemarin. Jadi COVID-19 meningkatkan produktivitas kami bermain di hulu dan hilir, bagaimana kemudian anak-anak muda pendapatannya luar biasa, dan ini asli orang Indonesia, bagaimana kemudian startup ini yang kami buat, dan nanti akan saya tunjukkan di akhir apa yang kemudian kami lakukan untuk bangsa dan negara. Next. Ini adalah smart farming project yang sudah kami lakukan di IPB, Greenhouse Controlling System. Jadi Anda cukup dari luar, bagaimana bisa Anda ukur suhunya, bakalan kemudian Anda bisa menyiram, bagaimana kemudian Anda bisa memberikan sinar matahari by teknologi. Jadi anak-anak muda sekarang sudah bisa menggunakan gadget dengan berbasis Internet of Things. Anda bisa atur semua pertumbuhan tanaman yang berada di dalam greenhouse. Next. Cukup dengan Wi-Fi tentunya. Ini adalah smart farming project kami di Greenhouse Controlling System di IPB. Ini bagaimana kami menanam melon, bagaimana kemudian ini adalah produksinya kami cukup dari luar. Sekarang sudah bisa menanam dengan robot tapi belum bisa memanen, tetap manen secara manual. Jadi tapi kadar kemanisannya bisa dicek melalui teknologi. Next. Ini adalah household scale mini indoor farming. Jadi ini adalah tanaman yang kemudian suhu cahayanya kami atur sesuai dengan kebutuhan suhu cahaya matahari. Nah, jadi bagaimana pertumbuhannya bisa lebih cepat kami atur, bagaimana kemudian pertumbuhannya bisa lebih cepat dibandingkan tanaman di luar karena aturan cahaya, unsur air, semua kebutuhan sudah kami atur. Dan ini sama seperti di Osaka. Nah, jadi di IPB juga sudah melakukan ini, bagaimana kemudian dikerja sama antara anak-anak muda, duta petani milenial, dan bagaimana kemudian ini bisa saja menjadi proyek juga bagi teman-teman di UNS. Next. Nah, ini adalah bagaimana kami coba melakukan aplikasi findable. Jadi bagaimana ketika ada dormansi, tanaman-tanaman yang harus dormansi ini tidak ada lagi dormansi, sehingga bisa terus menanam. Mungkin kalau ditanya dengan beberapa petani di Eropa, dia mengalami 4 musim, harus ada jeda, tapi di Indonesia sudah tidak ada jeda, kami buat tidak ada lagi masa dormansi. Jadi dia bisa lebih cepat budidayanya dan seragam. Dan ini menjaga kualitas dan continuity. Next. Anda bisa lihat bagaimana kemudian teman-teman saya menggunakan drone memanen, kemudian menanam, memberikan semprot pupuk, semuanya bisa melalui drone. Jadi tidak ada lagi tuh yang bajunya putih jadi kotor. tidak ragu lagi menggunakan celana panjang ke sawah karena sejujurnya tidak ada lagi yang menyentuh tanah hari ini. Next. Kami bisa mengecek manggah cukup dengan ditempelkan alat ini, insya Allah Internet of Things, walaupun kemudian ini bisa sampai dengan 90% kadar ketepatannya, dan portable near spektroscopy untuk deteksi. Jadi Anda tidak perlu pencet-pencet lagi tuh mangga jeruk dengan tangan sehingga jeruknya rusak di mall, cukup Anda tempelkan kadar manisnya sudah ketahuan. Dan ini adalah karya anak bangsa dari Institut Pertanian Bogor. Next. Begitu juga jeruk. Dia ada 3 emot, jadi kalau dia senyum manis, kemudian kalau dia merengut standar flat gitu, kalau dia merengut dia asam. Nah, ini adalah aplikasi yang sederhana yang cukup membantu ibu-ibu di pasaran sehingga dia tidak ngomel kalau misalnya dia beli barang-barangnya di pasaran. Manis atau tidak dia tidak perlu tanya, cukup ditempelin aja. Next. Dan ini daya dukung kami di Kementerian Pertanian Republik Indonesia, kami juga menyiapkan bagaimana dengan sambutan bonus demografi, sehingga bonus demografi kami bisa fasilitasi dengan Youth Entrepreneurship and Employment Support Service Program, yang disebut dengan YES Program, bagaimana kemudian kami ingin menumbuh kembangkan putra-putra desa, putra-putra daerah untuk mau terjun ke dalam sektor pertanian. Next. Ini yang akan kami kejar, peningkatan kapasitas pemuda pedesaan di bidang pertanian, pengembangan wirausaha muda pertanian, fasilitasi akses permodalan. Next. Sehingga tidak ada lagi istilah bahwa kami ingin usaha tapi tidak ada modal, kami ingin usaha ada modal tapi tidak ada mentor. Nah, ini kami fasilitasi semua, saya tidak segan-segan untuk membantu teman-teman dimanapun sama-sama belajar. Apa yang kami kejar adalah bagaimana terciptanya 1.200 pemuda desa untuk tidak move ke kota, bahwa dia di desa ini memiliki satu kapasitas, dan harapannya dengan kapasitas itu dia bisa kembangkan. Bahkan ada 100 pemuda yang kami fasilitasi, baik yang sudah memiliki usaha maupun yang belum memiliki usaha. Next. Dan ini beberapa lokusnya, ada di Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Jawa Barat, dan Jawa Timur. Bisa teman-teman telusuri, tapi tidak menutup kemungkinan di daerah Jawa Tengah juga bisa teman-teman laksanakan juga. Jadi jangan berpikir bahwa ini adanya di kabupaten, di provinsi ini tentu tidak membuat teman-teman berpikir, tentu ini bisa saja teman-teman lakukan di daerah teman-teman. Tentu saya membuka ruang secara pribadi kalau jika ingin bermain sama-sama belajar di dunia pertanian. Next. Ini ketika Anda memiliki usaha, kami akan bukakan pasar, bagaimana manajemen teknologi input bagi yang sudah memiliki usaha ini, yang belum kami usahakan memberikan permodalan, pendampingan sampai dengan informasi job market. I know that is not easy. Berbicara di sektor pertanian tentu tidak mudah, tapi sama-sama kita belajar. Next. Sama-sama kita, anak muda harus memiliki kolaborasi. Apa yang ingin saya sampaikan adalah new mindset. Agriculture entrepreneurship. Bagaimana to be success, SDM-nya kompeten, orientasi pasarnya harus lokal dan global, bagaimana teknologi produktif and efisien, yang terakhir adalah manajemen modern. Saya kira itu teman-teman yang bisa saya sampaikan kepada teman-teman, karena waktu saya juga tinggal 1 menit. Dan ini saya ingin bahwa sama-sama kita membangun Indonesia, dan tentu anak-anak muda Indonesia harus berpikir cerdas. Ini adalah pekerjaan yang tidak mudah, tapi kalau anak muda sudah berkolaborasi, harapannya semua akan mudah dijalankan. Saya kira itu, terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much to Mr. Graha Abadi Pasyaman for the insights on what we could do as the young generation in supporting smart agriculture. And if I may conclude from the presentation that it is because of the bonus demographic, it is crucial to agricultural sector to provide foods for the people. So the involvement of young generations is important in using the smart farming to provide foods for people in the future. And let's get to the fourth speaker. Our fourth speaker is an assistant professor in the Department of Agriculture and Resource Economics, Faculty of Agriculture, Kyushu University. He is Mr. Yoshihiro Uenishi, PhD. He took his doctoral degree in Kyoto University in the year of 2015 to 2016. He was also the researcher in National Agriculture and Food Research Organization, NARO, Japan. He is interested in doing research about agricultural management, agricultural economics, and also the marketing. And today, Mr. Yoshihiro will be sharing us about the innovation and technology for sustainability of agriculture. To Mr. Yoshihiro Uenishi, the screen is yours.
Yes, I will share my slide. Can you see my slide?
Yes, I can see the slide clearly.
Okay.
But wait for a moment, our operator has a problem for a bit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you may start now.
Okay, thank you very much for your kind introduction. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yoshihiro Uenishi from Kyushu University, Japan. Thank you very much for giving me such a greatest opportunity to make a presentation today. I'm very happy today here. And my presentation title is Innovation and Technology for Sustainability, a case study of Japanese. First, I'll talk about the project for accelerating smart agriculture in Japan. In short, Japanese government MAF strongly promotes the project of smart agriculture since 2019. This project supports farmers to adopt smart technologies like robots or AI, artificial intelligence, and IoT. And NARO is also a national institution, and NARO collects the data like activity record and provide farmers with information to support management decisions to introduce the smart technologies. And the number of areas participating in the project is below. As this project begins in 2019, the number of areas is not so large, but the number of cases is gradually increasing, and this project is in progress. And when we talk about sustainability, I think that environmentally friendly farming method is also important. So today I'll talk about the case study of environmentally friendly farming method in Japan. Here is the contents. And first, I'll talk about the background of my research. Importance of premium brand agricultural product is growing in Japan, and environmentally friendly farming method draw attention as basis for premium. Especially in Japan, farming formulas with ecological symbols like creatures unique to specific places are increasing. There are 39 cases in 2010, but how to diffuse them in an area is a significant challenge. I think that most of you know the diffusion of innovation theory, so I explain it briefly. As you know, here is the diffusion curve by Rogers. Rogers classifies adapters into 5 categories. I mean, innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and laggard. And Rogers has also pointed out that each adapter category has different characteristics. For example, innovators are venturesome. On the other hand, early adopters has the highest degree of opinion leadership. Considering the above, for promoters, it is vital to understand its characteristics to diffuse the method effectively. And it is vital to identify who are early adopters. I call them pioneers in this research, and who are late adopters. I call them followers in this research. Furthermore, what are their characteristics and reasons for adoption? I especially focus on community farm enterprises in Japan. I call them CFEs in short. And CFEs is groups consisting of several members, usually family farmers of rural communities collectively engaged in farming. CFEs can effectively and efficiently manage agricultural resources, for example, water or land and machinery, because they can share the machinery. And let's move on to the research questions. Considering the above, in the environmentally friendly farming method, eco-brand rice production involving CFEs, what are motivations and rationales for pioneer CFEs and follower CFEs? And what factors contributed to and what actions farmers took for solving obstacles? I focus on the farming method called Konotori Hagukumu no in Japanese. I call them KHN in short. And Konotori means Oriental stocks in Japan. So this means that farming formula nurturing Oriental stocks. KHN is about in Toyoka City, Hyogo Prefecture, Japan. As you know, here is Japan, and Hyogo Prefecture is here, and Toyoka City is north part of Hyogo Prefecture, so around here. First, I have to talk about the history of Oriental stocks in Japan. In 1950s, there were so many Oriental stocks in Toyoka in Hyogo Prefecture in Japan, but the number of Oriental stocks was gradually decreasing. And finally, in 1971, Oriental stocks were once died out in Japan. It is said that one of the major reasons of extinction is pesticide. Actually, Oriental stocks eat varieties of creatures, those are in the paddy field, like frogs, roaches, and catfish. As those creatures were polluted by pesticide, Oriental stocks were also polluted and was led to death. This picture shows that the farmer is using pesticide here under the nest of Oriental stocks. Here are the Oriental stocks, and the farmer was using pesticides under the nest of Oriental stocks. After the extinction, stakeholders, including the Hyogo Prefecture government, started breeding stocks, and in 1989, they finally succeeded in artificial reproduction. With the number of stocks under the breeding program exceeding 100, the stakeholders decided to reintroduce the bird to the field in 2005. This is a picture of Oriental stocks after the extinction. So beautiful, isn't it? And I explain about the farming method of KHN. KHN consists of flooding paddies in winter and early flooding before rice planting to grow feed like frogs or fish for Oriental stocks. And Japan agricultural cooperatives, we usually call them JA, market rice under a special label at premium prices. For example, ordinary rice price is this. On the other hand, non-chemical version of KHN is here, and reduced type of KHN is here. So much higher than ordinary rice. And this is a picture of reintroduction in 2005. And this is a package of KHN rice. As you can see, this is Oriental stock. So consumers are easily understand or get the information about this is a rice of Oriental stock. Table 1 shows the production summary of non-chemical and reduced chemical KHN in 2014. Here is the sales price and yield and sales, so income and cost and difference. Looking at the difference between sales and cost, non-chemical KHN is the highest. On the other hand, non-chemical KHN is the longest labor hour here, because farmers needed to weed more often than reduced chemical KHN and conventional farming practices. Figure 1 shows the growth of farmland that adopted KHN in Toyoka City. As you see, the number of farmland employing KHN has consistently increased. In 2015, 330 hectares in Toyoka applied KHN, accounting for approximately 13.8 7% of all the farmland in the city, and about 10% of them is reduced chemical version, and 3.7% is non-chemical version. From now on, I'll show you some pictures about the KHN. This picture is about flooding paddies in winter. Flooding paddies is to grow living things in the paddy field for stocks. Here is the flooding paddies. And here is not the flooding paddies. This picture is about early flooding in spring before rice planting to grow feed like frogs and fish. In this picture, oriental stocks here are looking for feed in the paddy field. Now we can see this kind of scenery in Toyooka City. And this picture is about the weeding machines used in Toyooka City. The weeding part is in front here. Here is the weeding part. So it is much easier for farmers to weed and suitable for non-chemical and reduced chemical farming. Toyooka City gave subsidies to farmers to buy this machine. The stock is looking for feed in June in the paddy field. And this picture is about the living creatures in the paddy field of non-chemical KHN. These can be the feed for oriental stocks. There are so many creatures in the paddy field. And this picture is about the paddy field of reduced chemical KHN in autumn. It is time to harvest. And this figure shows the number of farmers adopting KHN. In 2003 and 2004, some farmers adopted the non-chemical and reduced chemical farming method to establish the content of KHN. And finally, in 2005, first version of KHN was established. So I classify the farmers into two categories like this. I call the farmers who adopted the previous type of KHN in 2003 and 2004 pioneers in this research. On the other hand, I call the farmers who adopted KHN after 2005 followers. Actually, in 2003, one CF is community farm enterprises, and in 2004, two community farm enterprises and one farming groups adopted the previous type of KHN. So they are classified into pioneers. Let's move on to methodology. This figure shows a theoretical framework about model of technical adoption process. There are two steps. First step is evaluating the benefit of farming method or farming formula. And the second step is trying to lower or solve obstacles to adopt such kind of farming method. First, farmers recognize the farming formula, and after that, evaluate the benefit to adopt it. And if they are motivated, they will move to the second step. On the other hand, if they are not motivated, they decide not to introduce or adopt it. In the second step, farmers try to lower or solve obstacles, for example, uncertainties or risks. And if they can lower them enough, they will adopt it. But if they can't lower them enough, they decide not to adopt it. In this study, in this research, I use this theoretical framework. So two steps, evaluate benefit and try to lower or solve obstacles. So research method. There are 9 theories that adopted KHN in Toyooka. So I had interviews with readers and members of all the 9 CFEs. 9 CFEs are categorized into 3 pioneers and 3 pioneers and 6 followers. This means that 3 pioneer CFEs adopted previous type of KHN in 2003 or 2004, and 6 followers CFEs adopted KHN after 2005. This table shows the overview of CFEs. For example, in the case of CFEs A, consists of 5 farmers and average age is 67. and cultivation area is 6 hectare, and KHN area is 4.9 hectare. So the percentage of KHN is 82%. As you can see, most of the community farm enterprises in Japan, average age is higher than 60s or 70s. Okay, let's move on to the result. This is the result of pioneer farmers' motivations and factors and actions to solve obstacles. For example, in the case of CFE's A, the leader says that we wanted to contribute to stocks, so they are motivated by the contributing to nurturing stocks. And about second steps, the leader said that as we had past experience with organic farming and reducing chemicals, we didn't feel anxieties, and they finally decided to introduce and adopt the farming method. In the case of B, the leader said that as there used to be stocks in this community, we should adopt KHN at first. So they are also motivated by contributing to nurturing stocks. And about second step, the leader says that they had the past experience with rice duck farming. This is similar to some kind of reducing chemical method. And in the case of C, the leader says that the change agent strongly recommended to adopt. So they are motivated by human rationale, human relations. And about second step, the leader said that as we had past experience with reducing chemicals, we didn't feel anxieties. So this is the same with B. On the other hand, in the case of follower, for example, CFE's small a was motivated by improving profitability. And about second step, the leader said that this was the first time to adopt farming formula such as KHN. So we introduced it in a small area. So they introduced it anyway. On the other hand, in the case of B, as there is an artificial nest tower, we should adopt KHN. So they felt something like of duty. So they are motivated by contributing to nurturing stocks. And before introduction, they got the information about KHN at the study meeting. So they searched for information and they tried to lower uncertainties or risks. In the case of C, the leader says that we wanted to produce a branded rice, so they are motivated by improving profitability. And the leader says that if there occurs problems, we can share the information and mediate the solution with the members of CFE. So they also introduced it anyway. In the case of D, the biggest reason of adoption was high sales price. So the rest of the CFEs were motivated by improving profitability. And in the case of, and talking about the second step, the leader says that we asked the stakeholders to give the information about the KHN. So they also searched for information. So let's move on to the result of Pioneer. About first step of motivations, 2 CFEs were motivated by contributing to nurturing stocks. And these CFEs has involved with stocks. For example, there used to be a nest of oriental stocks in the past. On the other hand, 1 CFE was motivated by human relations. This CFE had nothing to do with oriental stocks. But interestingly enough, improving profitability didn't affect. And about second step, all of the CFEs had past experience with similar farming methods like organic farming, reducing chemicals, or duck farming. And I'll talk about the result of follower. 1 CFEs were motivated by contributing to nurturing stocks, and this CFEs had involved with stocks. On the other hand, most of the CFEs were motivated by improving profitability, and all of them had nothing to do with oriental stocks. And about second step, 3 CFEs searched for information on KHN before introduction, and on the other hand, the rest of them introduced it anyway. So summary of the result. About Pioneer, intimate past attachment to stocks, motivated by stocks, and they had past experiences with similar farming method. On the other hand, in the case of Follower, they tended to be interested in profitability, but partially in stocks too. And furthermore, availability of information KHN was quite really important. Let's move on to the conclusion. Adoption of technologies may be motivated not only by economic rationality, but also other factors. Symbolic power of an environmental icon or human passion, but still profitability matters. Furthermore, combining both economic and non-economic factors appropriately could lead to better technology transition. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much to Mr. Yoshihiro Uenishi for the insights and knowledge more about KHN system in paddy rice, the innovation and technology for sustainability of agriculture. And for you who want to ask questions to Mr. Graha or Mr. Yoshihiro, you can keep your question first because we will meet our last speaker before we get to our Q&A discussion. So for the last speaker, we have a lecturer at Universitas 11 Maret, Department of Agricultural Extension and Communication. She is Dr. Insinyur Retno Setiawati, MS. She took her doctoral degree in Development Studies, Faculty of Postgraduate, Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana. She participates in many projects, and one of them is a project about rural development studies in Cerca, Los Banos, Philippines. She is also the expert team of population sector in Directorate General of Administration, Ministry of Home Affairs of Indonesia. And today, Mrs. Retno will be sharing us about smart agriculture in rural sociology perspective. So, Mrs. Retno Setiawati, the screen is yours. Okay, you may start now, Mrs. Retno.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Is my sound is clear?
Yes, I can hear you clear enough.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, happy to join in this precious event. Today I will present the topic is smart farming and rural sociology perspective. But first of all, my deepest gratitude to the webinar committee who held this evening webinar. Also, my gratitude to my dearest Dr. Suminah Sabja, Head of Agricultural and Communication Major, Agriculture Faculty. Also, Professor Saman Hudi, our Dean. Also, Professor Ahmad Yunus as Vice Rector 11 Maret University. Next slide. My summary of my present is point on stages on development of agricultural society, and then scientific forum on digital agriculture, smart farming in relation to farm production system, smart farming and social change, and digital agriculture and social change. Smart farming in Indonesia is about government policies, problem in smart farming implementation, the profile of agriculture in Indonesia on 2020. Also, what I want to say about my framework, smart farming and rural socio-economic prosperity. And then, last but not least is conclusion. And then the last is future research agenda. Next slide. As we know, the fourth presenter, Mr. Gustavo, Alan Sofian, Pasiaman, also Mr. Yoshihiro, they are so interested presentation because they are based from the real research. But my presentation is only based on theoretical approach. As we know, ladies and gentlemen, development on agricultural society, in the first stage, the society are nomaden. They are doing hunting, using simple tools for hunting, get some food, and also moving or as a migrant. And the second stage, the society are horticultural, pastoral, and they start in or inventing of planting technique, cattling, they start, and then they start to living permanently. And the third stage, the society as agrarian society develop. They are settling, not moving again. They use mixed technologies among manpower, cattle, and natural resources. And the fourth stage, the society in industrial, there is technology is developing, start using machines beside human power, and then industrial revolution, and there are a complex social interaction. And then at this present, on stage 5 or 5th stage, the society in post-industrial stage. The internet started in 1980s, the phenomenon of global village. There are information provider, a lot of job growing. Next slide. Okay, and then a lot of scientific forum on digital agriculture, also smart farming, from Standing Committee and European Union Agricultural Research Workshop on Agricultural Innovation and Knowledge, focusing on smart farming and digital agriculture. Also, we already hear from the fourth presenter before me, a lot of research about that. Also, the World Bank publishes supporting books and future condition for 2017 and 2019. FAO also have digital farming model on 2019. Also, Australian Institute of Agriculture Digital Farming Policies on 2016 and 2018. And a lot of scientific forum on digital agriculture and smart farming. Next. I think it's better we see this figure, what smart farming will give great influence to farm production system. These 6 aspects are, first, adoption, uses and adoption of digital technologies on farm. Second, effect of digitalization on farmer identity, farmer skills, and farm work. Third, power, ownership, privacy, and ethics in digitalizing agriculture, production system, and value of chains. Fourth, digitalization and agricultural knowledge and innovation system. Fifth, economics and management of digitalized agricultural production system and value chains. And the last, insight in the link between digital agriculture and farm diversity, new economic, business, and institutional arrangement, both farm in the value chains and food system, and in the innovation. Next. Now we talk about smart farming and social change. Rural communities are groups of people who occupy a certain area or territory, who live for a relatively long time, communicate each other, have certainly symbols and rules. The development of information technology creates a society that is materially able to develop the space, the new space for movement, so that without realizing, people live in two lives, namely real life and virtual life. Virtual life leads to various changes in rural communities. Development also brings about various changes as the change in social framework. This could affect limited as well as fast as use, impact, and show or rapid or last change. This change could manifest in various phases, such as a value and social norm, behavioral patterns of institutional or organizations, form or societal institution, level of society, the power of authority, also social interaction, etc., etc. Next slide. Yeah. Now, let me show the smart farming in Indonesia. Smart farming has been developed in Indonesia. The Ministry of Rural Development and Underdeveloped Area and Transmigration, or Kementerian Daerah Tertinggal dan Transmigrasi, has developed 250 hectares for pilot project. Those area in Brebes in Central Java Province, Banyuwangi in East Java, Cianjur in West Java Province, West Pasaman in West Sumatra Province, Badung in Bali, also Lombok and West Nusa Tenggara Barat. Also, Ministry of Agriculture has developed an innovation in smart farming of using satellite data imaging to increase plants productivity, the use of drone and land pesticide and fertilization, robotic, etc., etc. How about the government policies? There is two government policies available at present are: one, Act number 19 on 2013 about farmers protection and empowerment. The second, the regulation of Agriculture Minister number 18 on 2018 of corporate-based agriculture area improve guidance. Also, our government states national priority agenda is making Indonesia 4.0. Next. But what we like to know is about problem in smart farming implementation. In Indonesia, maybe we open the table one. Next. Yeah, the profile of agriculture in Indonesia on 2020, the average land ownership is so small area. They only have 0.39 hectares or acre. We call a small farmer. But if we look from the farmer age, there is only 14.9% of the whole of farmer in Indonesia is 34 million. Yeah, Indonesia, we have 34 million farmers, but only 14.9% is a young farmer. And then the adult farmer is about 72.7%, and the old aging or the old farmer is 12.5. Let's see the before. Back to the before. Yeah. What is the problem in smart farming implementation in Indonesia? There is 5 from my perspective, yeah, because my presentation only based on theoretical approach. The problem in smart farming implementation in Indonesia, the first one, farmers have low rate adoption. And the second, high cost of tools or equipment investment. Like Mr. Alan Sofian told us before, high cost of equipment in smart farming makes the farmer not having struggle to doing the smart farming. And the third is farmers resistant. The farmer resistant is about misperception on high and digital technology benefits. And the fourth, limited internet access. And the fifth, limited workforce qualification in village. Yeah? There is some problems if smart farming will be implemented in Indonesia. Yeah, there is farmer low rate adoption, high cost equipment, farmer resistant or misperception on high and digital technology benefits, limited internet access, limited workforce qualification in the villages. Next. Yeah, I tried to scheme on this framework. It must be smart farming and rural socio-economic prosperity. Smart farming will develop farmers club, farmers group, and then they work hard, they're doing hard. It must be supported by policy making on regularly or act. Also government, there are Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Rural Development and Underdevelopment Area and Transmigration. Also Ministry of Communication and Information. It must be assistant also with University in Indonesia. There is Gajah Mada University, also IPB. They already start and work hard for the farmers. Also, it must be assistant with the research and development agency. Also, it must be support with financial support like banking, GSR, or another financial support that makes social economy and technology change. from traditional practice to precision agriculture. That is my framework. But next, the conclusion is digital farming is expected to bring about significant change to the life of rural society, such as modification of farmers' pattern of relationship, adjustment of institutional policy on limited land areas ownership to reinforce agriculture supervisor with ability and skill of agriculture 4.0, supervising and assisting farmers and farmers group, intensify internet access at the Agriculture Supervision Center or BPP, Balai Penyuluhan Pertanian, increase cooperation among farmers to develop their technological skill, management and farmer institution, commercialization of farming products, development of organizational leadership, increase partnership between the government and non-government office like university, like banking, in the value chains and food system and the innovation. Next, my last presentation. There is a future research agenda, 3 potential new thematic social science future in interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary science on digital agriculture, smart farming and agriculture 4.0. First is research about digital agriculture on socio, cyber, physical, ecological system conceptualization. And the second, digital agriculture policy processes. We have 2 policy, but it must be separate in some processes. Also, the third is global geography of digital agriculture development. I think only that's what I want to present in this afternoon. Terima kasih. See you again.
Okay, thank you very much to Mrs. Retno Satyawati for the insights and knowledge about smart agriculture in rural sociology perspective. And before we jump to our Q&A session, let's relax our mind for a bit. And for the MCs, you may lead the session. Time is yours.
Thank you, Dinar. Well, because the material presented by the 3rd to 5th speakers was enough to warm the brain, therefore, to make the audience more excited, let's play a game that is certainly interesting and fun.
Wow! So, in this game, we will share a link for the quiz in the chat column, and we hope all participants will participate in this game, because there is a door prize in the form of product from Emina or Bintang 7 for participants who reach the highest score in this game. Very interesting, right?
Wow, very interesting. I want to join the game.
You can join because you're MC with me right now.
Okay, the link that has been sent in the chat column will direct participants to a quiz consisting of various questions in the form of multiple choice, as many as 4 choices for each question, which of course are closely related to today's event, the International Webinar Agrixplosion 2021.
The correct answer to the question will appear along with the points obtained in one question and the ranking obtained in answering the question. If you finish doing the quiz, at the end of the quiz there will be a review question display to review the answer that we have been chosen. Each participants get the same list of questions. At the end, the ranking of quiz scores from participants will be displayed live.
Okay, participants, please open the link that has been shared in the chat room. In the chat column, there are several questions that must be answered by participants. Please answer this question carefully, guys. Wow, there's so much.
Come on, guys, come on.
Who joined the quiz?
Okay, with this quiz, the participants of the webinar were tested on how much they knew about Agrixplosion 2021 International Webinar, which has held today, and the fastest one with the most correct answer became the winner.
Wow, okay, you can open the quizzes.com and then enter the quiz code to join the game. Okay, more.
Come on, guys, join to play the game.
The winner of this quiz can get the door prize that have been provided. The door prize is Amina and
Bintang 7,
Bintang
of
7,
course.
of course. Okay, it's very excited. Let's go, guys. Join the quiz. We start the quiz at 30 seconds. 30 seconds more. Let's go join quiz, guys.
We have some door prize that waiting for you all.
Alhamdulillah. Aku soalnya sama acara nang Yogyo karo anak putuku. Sampean ndak di malam mingguan karo bojone to?
I'm sorry, Mr. Srutno.
You can click link
haven't
below or
unmute
open
yourself.
quizzes.com and then enter the quiz code to join the game. Let's join the game now, guys. Because the game can be start.
Okay.
Game start at
5,
4, 3, 2, 1. Start!
Muhammad Raya.
is the lead the game. Wow.
Jadi Yunita and Atika.
Okay. Okay. We already knew who's the winner of this game, honey.
Of course, congratulations to Nah as the quiz winners. Wow, she must be really interested and paying attention to today's webinar, Nana. Don't forget, Yana, don't forget to contact the WhatsApp number that has been shared on behalf of Lisa in the chat column by sending proof of winning the quiz to get the door prize that has been provided.
Congratulations, Nah. Okay, we think that's enough for this game session. Next, there will be a question and answer session about the presentation of the third to fifth material. To dinner, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much to MCs for leading the very fun quiz with us today. And now let's get to the Q&A session. For you who have questions for our third, fourth, and fifth speaker, you can use the raise hand feature if you want to ask directly, or you can send your question instead to the chat room with the format name, _institution, _ to whom you want to address your question, _ your questions. So before we have already have our first question to Mr. Graha. Excuse me for a while. Okay, to all speakers from Fui Choi Lin from University Putra Malaysia. The question is how to make the smallholder young farmer adopt the smart farming effectively with low starting costs. So maybe for the first, we have Mr. Graha to answer. Okay, or maybe we will to Mr. Yoshihiro Uenishi. You may answer the question.
Sorry, which question?
What was the question again? Okay, how to make the smallholder young farmer adopt the smart farming effectively with low starting costs?
Yeah, that is very important question in Japan. For example, in Japan, some farmers are making groups and share smart farming machineries to, how can I say that, save the cost. I think it is one of the important idea to save the cost for small farmers. Is it okay?
So the small farmers is being, what is it? The government is like guide the small farmer to adopt the smart farming, or
yeah, in Japan now no only large farmers, but we Japanese of course know that small farmers need to adopt smart agriculture in the near future. So Japanese government, how can I say that, promote small scale farmers to make groups and share the smart farming machinery. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. And for the next question, we have the question for Mrs. Retno. And the question is also the same. What about your perspective in how to make the smallholder young farmer to adopt the smart farming effectively with low starting costs?
Okay. Young farmer, they are smart thinker. I think it is very good. They work together. Yeah, the young generation, the young farmer, it must be working together. What we say in kelompok tani or in kapok tan, yeah, it is because using the smart, or working in the smart farming, it must be in wide area. It is because they only had a small land, and then they must be unified. You know, they must build in one group, and then when they were doing or working in a group, it must be easily, like what we say, for manage the input, manage the marketing, etc., etc. Also, how to reach the money from the bank. I think like that.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer, Mrs. Ratno. And for Fui Choi Lin, I think you get your answer already, that to apply the smart farming into the small farmers, the small farmers should coordinate with the other farmers to work and to share the cost of agricultural practice, so it won't be too hard to apply the smart farming. And for the next question, we have a question for Mr. Yoshihiro from Kirei Ayumi from Universitas 11 Maret. The question is, as we know, laggards are the last category of person in implementing diffusion of innovation theory. We also know that start from now, so many people are already implementing technology in their working sector. Is it possible for the laggards to survive in the future agriculture sector without implementing technology? For Mr. Yoshihiro, you may answer the question.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. I think that laggard can survive in the future, but I think that most of the laggard, how can I say that, don't need to get profit, or I'm not sure. I think that most of the small farmers will not adopt or introduce new technologies, but I think that they can survive. But if they want to get more profit, I think that they should introduce or adopt new technologies. Is that okay?
Yeah, I agree with your answer that if we want to provide more foods and we will, or we want to get another benefits, we should implementing the technology to the farms. I agree with your answer. And thank you very much, Mr. Yoshihiro, for your answer.
Thank you.
And next, we have question for Mrs. Retno from Hasrila Diva from Universitas 11 Maret. The question is, when will smart farming be carried out widely in Indonesia? So, Mrs. Retno, you may answer the question.
Okay, thank you for the question. As we know, Indonesia have 34 million of farmers, and they are in small land ownership. Also, they are not yet having skill and technology. also digital digital farming. How come smart farming will doing briefly in Indonesia? It must be our government. Our government, it must be give support, also another support from the university, research development, university like Gajah Mada or IPB already start, but another university in Indonesia, it must be also start to assist the farmers, not just only for technical, digital, and equipment, but also in how to adopt, how to know, how to reach the information, how to use the internet access, something like that. Not just about how to use the new technologies, but also give the trust, yeah? Socio capital, yeah, to the farmers, and then this is very good, and that is so crucial about agriculture and extension. It must be rich and not too far from the farmers. I think like that.
Okay, it is really a complex system indeed that we have to improve in agricultural sector, especially in Indonesia.
Yeah.
And for the next question. Okay, let's see the chat box instead. Okay. Excuse me for a while. Maybe I will ask to Mr. Yoshihiro. I want to ask something to you. I really interested in your presentation about KHN system. And I still don't get it enough how does the KHN system works? And maybe you can answer, you may answer the question that how does the KHN system works? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. KHN system started at 2005, and the number of farmers adopting KHN is also increasing in 10 or 15 years. So this means that there are a lot of feed for oriental stocks in paddy field. So the number of oriental stocks are now more than 100 or 150 in Toyota City. I think that this is one of the, how can I say that, biggest importance of KHM system. Is that okay?
Because it is really interesting to me that farmers in Japan is using storks for their paddy rice. So it is really interesting because in Indonesia, I haven't seen like that before. So it is really interesting for me. And this is the one question for you again, Mr. Yoshihiro, from Tiara, Universitas 11 Maret. The question is, what is first needed to establish or create urban agriculture in a country with relatively low levels of awareness and concern for sustainable agriculture? You may answer the question.
First needed to establish urban agriculture. Let's see.
because it is really in Indonesia itself that it is really in low levels for the awareness of the agriculture, especially for the smart farming. So it is really, what is it, needed in our country. So we would like to know what is it in Japan.
Oh, I see, I understand. For example, in the case of Japan, people in urban city can attend the farming in urban area if they pay some money. And actually, a lot of Japanese people in the urban cities are interested in agriculture, and some of them want to do agriculture with their family, especially with their children, because that is good for their education. So in Japan, some of the farmers in urban area have such kind of system to, how can I say that, rent the small farmland for the resident in urban area.
Oh, so this is really sectoral in Japan, like in the certain area that it is really agricultural sector, but in the other area it is really urban like that. Okay.
Yes.
So this is for you again. The question is from Hesti from Universitas 11 Maret. And the question is, are Japanese farmers like ability to apply technology in agriculture sector? If it's a yes, so what is Japanese government policy to overcome the issue? Is that really any difficulties in applying the technology to Japanese farmers in Japan?
So you mean smart farming technology or not? Ability to apply technology. I don't think so. Actually, in Japan, large-scale farmers are willing to adopt or introduce new farming technologies. Especially there are so many young farmer and large-scale farmers in Japan, and they are willing to introduce and adopt the newest technology. So I think that most of the young farmers are not lack ability to apply technology in agriculture sector.
Okay, so it is really, I mean, there is no any difficulties that really hard to farmers in Japan to adopt the innovation of technology in agriculture, right?
Difficulty.
Or is there any? Maybe?
I think some of them have difficulties. For example, they need the money or cost to buy new farming machinery. In that case, Japanese government have some kind of subsidies to the farmers.
Okay, so all farmers will get the subsidies to the technology?
Not all of them.
Oh, not all the farmers. Maybe large scale farmers.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Oh. Because we in Indonesia, like we have like, what is it, agricultural supervision center that we will guide the groups of farmers in the area like that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because in Indonesia we have, like what Dr. Retno said before, we have many small
owner.
Yeah, small owner of land in Indonesia. We rarely have a large scale farmer like that. So yeah, it is really interesting to us. So okay, thank you very much to Mr. Yoshihiro Uenishi and to Dr. Retno Setiawati for the Q&A session with us today. And thank you to speakers as well, Dr. Gustavo Andre, Mr. Alan, and Mr. Graha Abadi Pasyaman for your participation in this webinar. And for questions that haven't answered, the committee will answer your question through the WhatsApp group that we have. So your question definitely will be answered, but it is on the WhatsApp group. Okay, so before I close this discussion today, I would like to conclude a few conclusions from the material our speakers have given today. So for the smart farming itself, it's an innovative technique in agricultural practice that considering not only technologies, but also diversity of crops, market networks, and institutions. To support its sustainability, smart farming uses technology which based on IoT or Internet of Things, the system that is used to collect data automatically and use them to develop its practice to be more environmental friendly. Introducing the smart farming to conventional farmer is not an easy task, but an approach the economy factor could also enhance the adoption rate of innovation itself. The young generations are also need to not only introduce the innovations, but also to develop both the innovation and the social community for the better outcome. And that was the end of our discussion today in Agrixplosion 2021 webinar. I would like to thank our speakers for the informative and interesting presentation and to all participants for your active participation. I, as a moderator, apologize to my mistakes in guiding the discussion, but all in all, let's give us a round of applause. Okay, thank you very much to you everyone. Terima kasih. Obrigada. Arigatou gozaimasu. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now MC, back to you.
During the question and answer session, finally, there are a lot of knowledge that we got today. Thank you so much to the speakers, moderator, participants, and the invited guests, as well as all parties such as sponsor and media partners who have been involved in this event so that it can run smoothly.
Wait a minute, Hanif. After a series of Agrixplosion events, we still have one interesting event that all of you can participate in. And interestingly, our event this time will be collaborating with one of the local beauty brands which is very well known among young Indonesians.
Yep, we will have a workshop session collaboration with Emina. I'm sure all of you know about Emina. Now, we will hold a virtual spot Your Beauty with Emina with the theme Personal Branding. By the way, when is the workshop held on?
The workshop will be held tomorrow, August 14th, 2021.
Wow. What will we get if we join the workshop?
Through the workshop, Hanif, Amina will provide useful and cool material, of course, for teenagers, so that they can build an image or personal public when they will promote themselves and their careers to the general public, namely about personal branding. In addition, this workshop will also present speakers who are really cool, you know?
Wow, it must be really cool. All friends who are currently participating in this webinar are welcome to join the Spot Your Beauty with Emina. There is no registration fee at all. Registration can be done at the link in the chat column with the registration link bit.ly/spotyourbeauty1.
Before moving on to the next session, we remind to all the participants to capture the screen of today's webinar in your gadget to make insight in Instagram stories with the template that has been shared by the committee in the WhatsApp group.
And don't forget to tag our official Instagram account at Agrixplosion21 and your friends because there will be some door prize for the best insight that has been uploaded.
Okay, now we're getting into the most awaited session, especially for participants who took part in a series of competition events, which is the previous event of international webinar. It's
Awarding session. Welcome to the awarding day of National Competition Agrixplosion 2021. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we would like to welcome you to the awarding day of National Competition Agrixplosion 2021.
We would like to welcome all the judges of the national competition in the Agrixplosion 2021. Firman Alamsyah PhD,
Anastriani Yulfiatun STP MSc,
Bekti Wahyuni Utami SP MSI,
Dwi Wulandari MAED MPD,
Hanifah Isaniati SP MSI,
Darsono SE Eskom MM,
Monika Sri Yuliarti SOS MSI,
Putri Permatasari SP MSI,
and Alfian Rahardian Afif.
This event is the closing of a series of national competition in Agrixplosion 2021 that have been held previously. At the Agrixplosion 2021, there are 3 national competitions held, namely essay competition, podcast competition, and also video competition.
Okay, our agenda today is announcing the winner of each national competition in Agrixplosion 2021. Let's check it out, guys.
First of all, we will announce in National Essay Competition. Here we have 5 nominations. Let's now begin. The third winner for National Essay Competition is Timothy Jeffrey Walter from Universitas 11 Maret with a score of 82. The second winner goes to Anissa Banawati from Universitas Sriwijaya with a score of 83. And the first winner goes to
Gabriela Diananda from Universitas 11 Maret
with a score of 84. Congratulations for all the winners, and don't forget to chat in the chat column for the confirmation of the winners.
Okay, next we will announce nominations in podcast competition. Here we have 5 nominations. Let's check it out.
Dalam acara ini, hadir delegasi setiap negara lengkap dengan inovasi yang dibawanya masing-masing. Bangga, kagum, terharu.
Kali ini saya akan membahas mengenai urgensi regenerasi petani untuk mendukung pertanian yang berdikari. Pepatah Jawa mengatakan, gemah ripah, loh jinawi.
Bicara tentang pertanian nih guys,
Pastinya tahu dong ya, secara pertanian punya peranan yang sangat penting dalam sektor pembangunan nasional.
Sekelompok orang sedang bersedih dan berduka, meratap kerasnya nasib perjuangan pertanian di masa depan.
Generasi muda sebagai kunci pemimpin pertanian masa depan Indonesia. Lebih tepatnya, gue akan menekankan pada peran pemuda menghadapi stigma pertanian, khususnya di era globalisasi seperti sekarang ini.
Okay, that's all the nomination. And the third winner for National Podcast Competition is Hanif Irsyad Fahmi from Universitas 11 Maret with a score of 260.
Halo Sobat Pertanian, perkenalkan saya Hanif Irsyad Fahmi, mahasiswa penyuluhan dan komunikasi pertanian Universitas 11 Maret. Kali ini saya akan membahas mengenai urgensi regenerasi.
The second winner goes to Yusa Aprilia Ulantina from Universitas Mataram with a score of 261.
Kata bilang tak kenal maka tak sayang. Maka dari itu, perkenalkan, namaku Yosa Aprilia Ulantina. Aku dari Universitas Mataram, Nusa Tenggara Barat. By the way, kali ini kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol santai nih di acara yang sangat luar biasa.
And the first winner goes to
Siniar ujaran
Daud Fernando from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia with a score of 263.
Pertanian mempublikasikan bahwa secara global, agrikultur sudah menyerap 40% populasi dari seluruh dunia untuk bekerja di bidang ini. Bersama agrikultur, hidupmu bisa menjadi progresif karena termasuk ke dalam sektor primer. Itulah yang aku baca dari selebaran ketika memasuki ruangan pameran teknologi agrikultur.
Okay, congratulations to all the winners for National Podcast Competition in Agrixplosion 2021.
And last but not least, we will announce 10 nominations in video competition. Here we go.
Untuk mengisi waktu luang saya di sela-sela kuliah, saya membantu orang tua saya di sawah, baik dari mencangkul, menyulami padi.
Aku aktif meliput berbagai kegiatan masyarakat, mulai dari kegiatan pasar, arus lalu lintas, kondisi pandemik, serta produk-produk pertanian.
Sektor pertanian menyumbangkan banyak kontribusi di bidang perekonomian yang ada di Indonesia.
Nah, aku ngerasa kok ideku ki kok ngene-ngene wae, Mas. Makanya klienku ki do mlayu. Nah, makanya aku ki mau golek wangsit ning kene, Mas. Yalah.
Ayo bantuin kakak ke kebun, kita ngolah lahan warisan bapak yuk.
Ah, nggak mau kak, orang lagi sibuk kok digangguin toh kak.
The third winner for National Video Competition is
Tekan Jepang kon.
Satria Setia Adi Wibawa, Angger Lintang Noval, and Lucia Darasari from Universitas Gajah Mada and Universitas 11 Maret with a score of 262.
Nasi 1 juta cek.
Runner up goes to Yokanang Arfiansyah, Dena Olivia Christie, and Lingga Harzaldi Soekarno from Universitas 11 Maret with a score of 264.
Berhubungan dengan digital marketing, bahkan mendirikan startup dalam bentuk marketplace produk pertanian. Jadi buat kalian generasi muda, nggak perlu takut lagi buat jadi petani. Selama kamu mampu berpikir kreatif dan inovatif, pasti selalu ada jalannya deh.
The first place goes to
Aziz Kusuma Wardana and Rizky Arif from Universitas 11 Maret
with a score of 272.
Semua kalangan masyarakat. Ayo jangan malu, kita sebagai generasi muda harus bisa mensuplai kebutuhan pangan di negara kita agar tidak selalu impor beras dari luar negeri.
Dan meningkatkan pendapatan daripada petani. Bersama mengintensifikasi dengan bangsa usaha menggunakan B2B2 untuk bangsa komunikasi itu kan bukan semata-mata menaikkan produksi saja, tapi sebetulnya juga.
Congratulations for all the winner of video competition in Agrixplosion 2021.
Wait, Hanif, for this video competition, there is also a favorite winner. The winner of the most favorite video competition is judged based on the number of likes and comments on the @Agrixplosion21 Instagram feed, which contain videos from the winning candidates. The winner of the most favorite video national competition Agrixplosion 2021 goes to Satria Setia Adi Wibawa, Angger Lintang Noval, and Lucia Darasari from Universitas Gajah Mada and Universitas 11 Maret with a total of 832 likes and comments. Okay, congratulations to the most favorite video in national competition Agrixplosion 2021.
And we will also announce the most active participants in today's webinar. The most active participant in the international webinar Agrixplosion 2021. The first is Poi Choylin from Universitas Putrajaya, Malaysia. And the second one is Nurul Aziza from Universitas 11 Maret. Congratulations guys for active in this webinar.
And you can contact the contact person to get the door prize from Amina and Bintang 7, of course. And for the best insight will be announced at official Instagram stories at Agrixplosion21. So don't forget guys, don't miss it.
Okay.
Congratulations to all the winners. Also don't be discouraged and keep up the spirit for participants who haven't won this time.
All the participants could immediately fill out the final attendance form whose link has been shared on the Zoom chat room. Fill out the final attendance. Don't forget in Zoom chat room and YouTube. It is hoped that all participants can fill the attendance form with the correct email address and accompanied by a screenshot as international webinar attendance proof. This attendance forms link is available until 1:30 p.m. West Indonesia time.
Okay, now it's time for documentation session. All participants are expected to activate the camera and prepare your best poses so that all participants can be seen on the Zoom screen. Okay, let's do the documentation, guys.
Show your best smiles.
Okay, can we start?
Come on guys, turn on your camera. We want to see your smile. Smiling, smiling.
Turn on. Wow. Okay. We can see you guys. Hi.
Hi.
Give your best pose. 3, 2, 1.
Next slide. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Okay, the last slide. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's for the documentation session. Thank you all for the turn on your camera.
Unexpectedly, we enter to the end of the event today. Before ending this webinar, let us pray together depending on our religions and beliefs. Praying start. Praying done.
We, as the master of ceremony representing all the committee on duty, apologize for the wrong words and deeds.
At the end of this event, we would like to thank you all the participants who attend this event and the speakers who were pleased to fill this event. We would like to thank the sponsor and media partners, Emina and Bintang 7, who have been involved and contributed so that this event run well.
See you at Agrixplosion 2022. Bye guys.
Kulihat ada yang bersandar.